What's Stigmata? By Wally K. Daly, with Peter Jeffrey, Norma Ronald, Murray Watson and George A. Cooper. What's Stigmata?
I feel at this stage in our retreat it may serve us well once more to look to our motives. We search for peace and tranquility in the midst of a scurrying reality. We have each left for this short time the day-to-day world behind us. Our week of silent contemplation, which allows us to look deep into our hearts, and for those of us who believe into our souls, was marred somewhat by Mr. Thompson's manifestations. But now that he has left our little group, I sincerely hope that once more we can return to our former tranquil, silent regime. This evening's lesson and psalm will be read in the upstairs chapel after tea, and I'm sure that even though this is a non-denominational retreat and we have some non-believers still among us, that we may all find some solace in the words of...
Never mind, dear. Soon be over. At these sort of prices, you can expect to suffer a little, can't you?
At these sort of prices, you'd think we'd suffered enough.
Oh, you've got a fine sense of humour, all right, Mrs. Thompson. There we are, dear. You're done. Down you get. Off you go for tea. Are you on the solids yet?
Oh, no. Still on the famous Brookfield orange juice. Marcia, are you finished?
Yes. Something amazing turned up in today's papers. Come on.
Yes, I'm just coming. Bye. Thanks for the massage.
Bye, Mrs. Thompson. It's a pleasure.
Oh, well, what's all the excitement? Someone found an apple in the garden?
Hopeful to the last. No, just you wait, Marcia. The news touches you deeply. Your husband has hit the headlines.
Well, what on earth are you talking about? George is off having £5 worth of retreat in some dreary vicarage up in the Midlands, trying to find out how the believers behave. I mean, what on earth could be newsworthy about that?
Just you wait and see. Oh, isn't this marvellous, Marcia? I can't believe it.
Tell me what's going on.
Read it for yourself. Isn't it marvellous?
George Thompson, the well-known broadcaster famed for his atheist point of view, today made history by becoming the first non-believer to...
Oh, no. How could he do this to me? How could he do this to me? I think it's truly wonderful.
Black magic colo.
And that was, of course, old Blue Eyes himself. Well, I'm sorry to say we haven't so far managed to arrange the hoped-for interview with George Thompson, but our reporter, who's outside Mr. Thompson's home, hopefully waiting for him to make an appearance, brings us this report. Well, here I am among a waiting crowd of perhaps 200 people.
Is there no privacy left in the world? Oh, push off, I don't want to know.
Oh, wait, please. Let it through. Please, I don't want to talk to anybody. George? Are you here?
Yeah, in the lounge. Marcia. Hello, dear. I thought you went back till Monday. Want a drink? How is the health, Mom?
Oh, George. How could you do this to me?
I didn't do anything to you. If anyone's beating, it should be me. Marcia, it's no fun being like this, I assure you. Now, do you want a drink or don't you?
Have we any orange juice in?
No.
Good, I'll have a gin and tonic. How on earth did it happen, George?
Well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be standing here wearing mittens to hide my bandages, would I? I'd be busy reversing the process. I've no idea how it happened or why. And why me? A professional non-believer. It's a catastrophe.
You do realise, I suppose, that your whole future is now in jeopardy because of this foolishness.
Well, of course I do.
And our laundry bills are going to be astronomical.
I know. Oh, ignore it. They'll go away. They've been at it all the morning.
Might be a friend.
As from this moment, we have no friends, only potential supplicants.
Oh, don't be silly, George. I'll go and see who it is.
No, she's not the door. Move the curtains. You can see the door from the window. But smile while you're doing it. There are photographers out there as well.
I'm certainly not going to appear white-faced in every newspaper in the country. I'll just go up and put some fresh makeup on.
Oh, get it over with, Marcia, will you? We've got a lot to talk about.
It's your mother and father.
Oh, no. As if we haven't got enough problems. She probably wants me to sort a lumbago out. We'll pretend we're not in.
They're absolutely surrounded by hundreds of reporters. I think your mother's giving her autograph out to some of them.
Selling it, dear, selling it.
And your father looks absolutely bemused.
Not difficult.
We'd better get the door open. They're going to drown in the crowd.
We thank the Lord for small blessings.
Oh, I'll get it. They'll probably drag you off and shred you for souvenirs.
Isn't it marvellous?
I'm going to get that drink.
What's going on? What's all the crowd for?
Hello, Mum. Hello, Dad. What a pleasant surprise.
George, I'm so excited. Oh, I knew you'd come to your senses finally.
What did you say, son?
I said hello, Dad.
Pardon?
Hello. Now, listen, Mother, don't go talking about coming to my senses. What happened has nothing to do with me, and it doesn't change my attitude at all.
Oh, you can't fool me. You always did find it hard to admit you were wrong, but even you must be convinced now.
Has anyone offered me a drink yet?
I am not convinced in the least. Religion is balderdash, and so it shall remain until it is proved otherwise.
A whiskey and soda for me. Shall we sit down?
What more proof can you ask? I'm only pleased that you'll now have to stop making those silly appearances on television arguing with nice vicars.
I will not stop arguing with nice vicars.
Constantly embarrassing me. I've been almost too ashamed to show my face at the church socials for years.
I won't have ice if it causes problems.
Anybody else want a drink while I'm here?
Whiskey and soda for Dad. Now, there's no reason for shame. It's my views I'm expressing, not yours, and I believe in them.
But it reflects George. It reflects...
Has anybody offered me a drink yet?
It's just coming, Dad.
Pardon?
It's just coming.
A whiskey and soda for me, please.
I think I must have brought you up badly. The Reverend Darnell gives me very funny looks sometimes.
The Reverend Darnell gives everyone funny looks. He's got a squint.
It's no time to be offensive, George. I'm being serious.
Here we are, Pops. Whiskey and soda.
Now you've received this sign from heaven. You really must mend your ways.
Drink, Mum?
Oh, just a little brandy. For my heart, Marcia. After all, this isn't a thing that happens every day, George. You do realize you could end up a saint.
It's no good trying to frighten me, Mother. I am an atheist. So I shall remain until I receive conclusive proof to the contrary.
There were a lot of people outside.
Oh, you're insufferable. You were pig-headed as a baby, and you haven't changed since.
Is it a demonstration of some sort?
Your grandmother warned me when you were only a week old. He's got shifty eyes, she said. He'll be a problem to you and Tom when he's older, and she was right.
Have you been rude to a bishop or something, George?
Mother, this is no time to be offensive. I've got a slight problem which I will sort out in my own good time. No, I haven't, Dad. Not even to a vicar.
Oh, to a vicar. Oh, well, that's not so bad then, is it? They all speak too quietly in any case. They deserve telling off.
Here we are, Mum.
Oh.
Brandy. For your heart.
Can't you talk some sense into him, Marcia? Make him see that he's been wrong all these years.
Well, I'd like to make him see it was wrong to do it this week. Ruined my stay at Brookfields just as I was doing so well.
Oh, were you at Brookfields? Oh, I lost nearly a stone when I was there. Marvellous place.
I didn't do anything. Anyway, you didn't have to come back, Marcia, did you? You could have stayed on for the last few days.
How could I stay there with everyone crawling around trying to get to meet you? It's all right when women think one's husband is reasonable, George, but adoration is ridiculous. And then the reporters got to hear about me being there and life just wasn't worth living. I found one of them in the shower, water dripping down his pencil. It's infuriating. I'd lost £5 in 4 days, and I was just due for my first lettuce and tomato tea.
Amazing, isn't it? I pay £90 so you can lose £5 and eat lettuce, and I go into a one-week retreat costing £5 and come back 90 hours later as the first atheist saint. And neither of us gets a refund.
They did actually offer me what was left of the bottle of orange to bring back with me, but I told them to keep it for one of their charity cases.
And my mother thinks I should mend my ways, and my father has not got the vaguest idea of what's going on.
Did you say something?
I said you haven't got the vaguest idea of what's going on.
Oh, I'm all right for the moment, thank you. I've still got some left. You can top me up in a minute.
Right, that settles it. George shall perform his party trick. Off with the mittens. And don't you two say yeah when you see my bandages. There we are. Off.
I say, son, do you know you've cut yourself? Both your hands are all blood-stained.
Don't worry, Dad. Everything will be crystal clear in a minute.
Oh, no, don't put your hands over my ears. Those bandages are disgusting.
There we are. Just like that. Easy.
Hello, Dad. Hello. Oh, good God. I can hear. Oh, how horrible. George, what have you done to me?
I've just performed a miracle, Dad.
Well, unperform it. This is a grotesque intrusion on my personal freedom. How dare you do such a thing?
Be grateful, Tom. Your child is going to be a saint.
I am not going to be a saint.
And after all these years, you are going to be able to hear every word I say again.
Exactly. As I said, a grotesque intrusion on my personal liberty. How could you do such a thing to me, George? Your own father. You know what your mother's like. You make me deaf again this instant.
Oh, I can't, Dad. Sorry. I never thought of that. I think it's non-reversible.
I shall cut you off without a penny. What a thing to do to your own father.
Oh, this is silly, dear. George has been supporting us for years. You can't cut him off. You haven't got anything to cut him off from.
It's a symbolic gesture. Men understand that sort of thing.
Hadn't you better get those filthy bandages off? Your hands will turn septic.
No, they won't. There's no cut to turn septic, and there's no good changing them. They just get soggy again.
What on earth has he done to himself, Marcia?
Haven't you been reading the papers, Paul?
Oh, he never touches them, Marcia. Lives in a world of his own. Amazing.
Mary, you are going to have to get used to the fact that I can now speak for myself and stop talking as though I wasn't there. The sooner you get started, the better I like it.
Stop getting testy, Tom. You can't expect me to break the habit of years in as many seconds, now can you? It's not going to be much fun for me either, you know, having to listen to you all the time. I've got used to talking to you as if you weren't really there and expecting no reply. Now I shall have to start thinking of what I'm talking about, which won't be easy at my time of life.
Right. I will allow you a few days' grace. Marcia, what has he done to himself?
I can talk for myself as well, thank you.
I am never talking to you again. What's he done, Marcia?
He's been stigmatized.
Stigmatized?
You know, the marks of the nails on his hands, constantly bleeding.
Constantly bleeding what?
Not forgetting the feet and the side.
The feet...
It's all right, Dad. I'm talking to Mother, not to you.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Tom, that a child of ours should become a saint?
Please stop saying that, Mother. I am not a saint. Anyway, what's so marvellous about constantly soggy socks and shirts? No fun at all, I assure you. Not to mention having to wear mittens all through summer.
When did all this happen, Marcia?
At the beginning of the week sometime, while George was off on his retreat.
Retreat?
Oh, you know, dear, when one wants to escape from the noise and bustle of daily life, you can pop off to some nice retreat house or vicarage and have a week of prayer and silence.
I'll bear that in mind. But why him? I thought he was supposed to be the world's #1 atheist. Makes a profession of it, doesn't he? Always on telly arguing with someone.
Well, I wonder that myself. I mean, I just wanted to find out how the other half live. Have a bit of a scoff. Get material for the book. And look what happened. That'll teach me to keep my nose out of other people's religious pastimes.
When did it start, George?
Tuesday afternoon. Third day there. We just had lunch. Super school meal stodge. Dumplings and carrots and treacle pudding. Ooh, delicious. And we went upstairs to chapel for the afternoon service. Simple and soporific.
And sometimes, of course, it feels as though it would be impossible to rise above these pressures. God bless you. But I feel that this week of silence will instill in each of us a necessary awareness of the possibility of internal peace. Each of us, I feel sure, will carry away from this humble house of retreat the seeds of...
Oh,
Mr. Thompson, you spoke.
Well, actually, I said out. Sorry. I said out. My left hand is bleeding. I must have caught it somewhere. I didn't mean to speak. Sorry. But there was rather a sharp pain. Sorry about that.
Yes, well, perhaps you'd like to go down and let Matron have a look at it. She'll put a dressing on it for you.
Yes, I'll do that. Would you excuse me? Sorry, thank you. So sorry. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Now, well. Oh, yes. But I feel that this week of silence will instill in each of us.
And that's how it all began. Not a scratch to be seen. Dabbed the blood away, and seconds later, there it was again. That evening, the second hand started, and already I'd accidentally cured the matron's migraine, the maid's acne, and an old colonel's gout. They asked me to carve the chicken we were having for dinner that evening, and I was terrified to touch it in case it jumped up from the table and went off clucking to the garden. Horrific.
Fantastic.
And did it?
Did what?
The chicken. Did it jump up from the table?
I already said I didn't dare touch it in case it did.
Sorry, I've not quite got the knack of this listing business yet.
Well, why don't you go back to not talking to me again, Dad?
No, I'm beginning to quite enjoy myself. It's going to be fun having a saint for a son.
Now, don't you start. It's bad enough having her doing it without you. Mother, will you please stop making the sign of the cross every time I look at you? I'm starting to feel like the bride of Dracula.
It's just a sign of respect, son.
Well, don't respect me. I'm your son. I'm not a saint. I've not taken the cloth. I'm just an accidental cripple.
How about the other bits? The side and the feet? The paper said you had all 5 marks.
Yeah, well, they were right, of course, but they were only doing some astute guessing. Nobody's actually seen them, apart from me.
Give us a look.
I beg your pardon?
Give us a look. After all, we are family. We're as involved in this as you are.
I've never heard anything so unbelievable in all my life. There's my dear old Dad, who half an hour ago couldn't hear a dicky bird, blandly asking to see the bleeding body of his only son, as if it was an exhibit in some peep show at the fun fair.
Sorry, it was just a thought.
You should just be ashamed of yourself, Tom. George will show us in his own good time.
I will not show either of you in my own good time, or otherwise. My wounds are private, and so they shall remain.
Well, if he doesn't wish us to witness his wounds, well, that's his own business. But I still think he's being a bit churlish. Come along, Tom. Finish up your drink. There's obviously nothing we can do to help here.
Oh, right. Well, cheers. I hope everything turns out all right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Nice of the police to put a guard on the place, wasn't it?
It would have been nicer still if they'd chased everybody off home like sensible people. I'm starting to feel like a one-man lure.
Well, it was your own fault for curing those 2 people when we sent your mum and dad to the door.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't even know there'd be anything wrong with them till I saw the late-night news.
You should have guessed by the way they were waving their crutches to attract your attention.
I just thought they were 2 reporters who got hurt in the crush and shook their hands to commiserate. I never actually thought that ill people would turn up here.
Well, you've done it now. The place is fast turning into a national shrine. You know there's a man halfway up the garden path lying on a mattress.
I know. I saw his friends come and drop him off about 8 o'clock. And then they went off to the pub with all the reporters. I'd like to have gone off with them for a lemonade myself, but...
The garden's ruined. I only hope your magic stretches to petunias. It's going to take months to sort it out. Look, why don't you just pop out and cure everybody? We're going to get no sleep if this singing goes on all night.
Oh, what's the point if I go out now and sort them all out? There's just going to be twice as many there tomorrow night, isn't there? I mean, better for the word to spread that I'm not very good at it, rather than I'm marvellous at it, then they might thin out a bit, mightn't they?
What I don't understand is how the papers got onto it in the first place. I mean, you surely weren't silly enough to tell them yourself.
Oh, not on your life. No, it was either someone on the retreat or someone in the village where the retreat was held.
But how did they know?
Well, it didn't need very sharp eyes to see that something strange was going on up at Vicarage.
What do you mean?
Well, a fairly average group of retreaters changed in 2 days from being slightly geriatric into rumbustious Boy Scout and Girl Guides, dropping at least 20 years each along the way, along with more sticks and assorted sore throats. Did you know? There's an old lady of about 70, failed nun or something, I'd imagine, who was about the only one who hadn't sat next to me or shook hands or pulled out my soggy socks or any of the other ploys used by the others to get a sly miracle, mainly because I was too quick for her, actually. And... well, anyway, she fell down the chapel steps where I was at the bottom, and I heard the crack as her leg broke. I mean, fantastic sound. Really, crack. And I put out my hand and picked her up. And she skipped off down the corridor, whistling.
Is that why you left before the week was up?
No, actually, the people who organised it asked me to go.
Why?
Well, it was becoming farcical. It had got to the point where they were having stand-up fights over who should sit next to me at meals or in chapel. And they were very healthy by then. It got quite brutal.
You're pulling my leg.
No, I'm not, honestly. I mean, I was only pleased they'd all got rid of their sticks by then, or it could have been really nasty. Mind you, the journey through London was a nightmare. I almost wished I was back on the retreat. I left a trail of mended bodies behind me. The guard on the train, the porter at the station, the ticket collector, taxi driver. Grotesque. You know that blind paper seller at the corner of the station?
Yes?
Well, he isn't now.
What are we going to do, George?
Oh, we'll think of something. For what it's worth, I'll go along and see Dr. Eaton tomorrow to see if he can suggest anything. Harry's always full of bright ideas.
You'll never get through the crowd.
Well, I'll set off early while they're still a bit dopey. Tell you what, I'll borrow one of your dresses and your wig and go out pretending to be the housekeeper.
We haven't got a housekeeper.
Well, they don't know that, do they? Oh, come on. Let's get settled down. I'm shattered. You're going to switch off your light as well, darling?
I switched it off. I thought it was... George!
What is it?
Can't you see?
See what?
Look in the mirror! Quick!
Oh, no. This is the last straw. How on earth am I going to hide a halo?
Dr. Eaton will see you now.
Take a seat, please. I'll be with you in a minute.
Harry, it's me, your old friend George, not one of your National Health Service jobs. But look up and give me your full attention. I've got a problem.
George, how nice to... Yes, you certainly have got a problem. If you don't mind my saying, Sir George, your grey topper looks ridiculous with that colour dress.
The colour of my dress is not the problem, Harry.
Just the dress itself?
Not the dress either. Listen, Harry, I accidentally cure people.
Pretty much the same way I work.
Oh, be serious, Harry. I need your help.
Yes, you certainly do. Just look at yourself. That dress is much too small for you.
Will you please stop harping on about the dress? Ignore it. It's no part of the problem.
Well, how can I ignore it? You walk in here wearing a grey topper, woolly winter mittens, Marcier's best auburn wig, and a long green dress with a couple of apples stuck up the front.
Oranges.
And you say there's no part of the problem? How can I ignore it? It's symptomatic.
But don't you see? It's my disguise.
You could have fooled me, George.
Harry, this conversation is deteriorating rapidly into a very bad double act. Will you please listen for a minute? I really need your advice.
My advice is take a holiday. You're obviously working too hard.
Listen, I haven't finished.
I'll give you some tablets to help you sleep and some to wake you up. And if you're no better in a fortnight, come back and we'll go out and get you a dress that fits you.
I haven't finished. Harry, haven't you seen a paper in the last couple of days?
No.
Not one?
No, I never touched them. Haven't seen one for years. I have enough misery walking through that door every day to last the average man 2 lifetimes without going out and buying more.
Television?
Violence, hospitals, and Dr. Finday never go near it.
Radio?
Good Lord, is that still going?
Oh, I need help, and I pick on the one new-starved doctor in London. Harry, the media is full of me.
I'm not surprised if you go around...
Now, let's not get back to that again. I will now give you the first lesson in the miracle that is me. I take my topper in my hands, give a quick lift, and voila! What do you see?
Hair.
No, look closely. A little round ring?
Alopecia. Can't see it.
No, my halo. A little silver ring there, just above my head.
George, there's nothing there. I'm sorry, old son, but you really have been working too hard, and I think the best...
But it was there. It really was. Let me have a look in the mirror. It's gone. Is it in the hat? I might have knocked it off. No, you can't knock halos off. No, believe me, Harry. Last night it shone out like a beacon, and this morning, as I dressed in the gloom... But of course the room's too bright. The blinds, Harry.
Sit down, George.
No, just draw the blinds, Harry, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
George, sit down. I draw the blinds, you wearing that dress. My receptionist walks in. I'm finished.
All right. I'll show you my wounds, then.
George, put your dress down. This is ridiculous. What have you got round your middle?
Yes, there. That made you stop and think, didn't it? It's to hide my bleeding, Harry.
To hide your bleeding what, George?
Too late for that one. My father beat you to it by 16 hours. Shoes.
George, those shoes are making a terrible mess of your feet.
Mittens. So, what do you see?
5 rather nasty bandages and a pair of Y-front underpants.
Right. Now, off with the bandages round the middle. Hold that, please.
Not so fast, George. You'll make yourself dizzy.
Round and round and round and round. Off the bandage comes. Tap, tap, tap. No mark. Left foot. Round and round and round and round. Off the bandage comes. Tap, tap, tap. No mark. Right foot. Round and round and round and round. Off the bandage comes. Tap, tap, tap. No mark.
George, would you kindly...
Left hand. Round and round and round and round. Off the bandage comes. Tap, tap, tap. No mark. Right hand. Round and round and round and round. Off the bandage comes. Tap, tap, tap. No mark. Now, they're all off, and not a mark to be seen, right? Proving
that you're a bit kinky for soiled bandages?
No such thing. I sit here. Hands on the desk. Palms up. Watch. Nothing up my sleeve. No trickery. Just watch.
Good Lord. Blood.
Yeah, and my side as well. Look.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And the feet are the same?
Exactly the same.
Well, I wonder if you'd lift them off the carpet, George. It's just been cleaned.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Well, it's amazing, George. I will give you that. Suppuration without abrasion. I've never seen the like. I think you should really make a point of seeing somebody about this, George.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm seeing you.
Oh, no. This is way outside my territory. You need a psychiatrist.
Why?
Oh, don't you see? It's in your mind.
But you can see it as well.
Oh, yes, it's real, all right. But it's your mind that's doing it. Can't you see that? Amazing machine, George, the mind. Amazing.
Harry, don't you recognize stigmata when you see it?
What's stigmata?
Stigmata, the marks of the cross, traversing a void of nearly 2,000 years to be occasionally manifested on the bodies of the worthiest of believers. The only problem being that it's accidentally hit me, the greatest non-believer of all time. Something bigger than the mind is involved here, Harry, and I don't like it. I enjoy being an atheist, and I don't want my views messed about with. So, Harry, get rid of it.
The psychiatrist will probably decide that deep down inside you really believe, and this bleeding is a backlash from your unconscious mind against your unyielding consciousness. They talk like that, you know.
All right. I can see the mind could, in certain circumstances, cause something like this woundless bleeding to occur. But what about the halo? That doesn't even touch the body. How can my mind make that effect?
You forget, George, I haven't seen the halo. You knocked it off when you took your topper off, remember?
You can't knock halos off. It's just too bright in here, that's all. All right. Forget the halo. What about the miracles? Explain that away if you can.
Miracles?
Yes, miracles. I am a living, breathing, walking Lourdes. The lame, the halt, and the blind touch my bleeding bits, and they're better. Do you understand me, Harry? Boils to broken legs, to bad backs, touch me, and they've gone. Warts a speciality. People are camping out at the bottom of my garden, singing hymns, waiting for me to appear. They're scavenging my dustbins for used bandages. The police have set up a guard. My image is being ruined. Harry, I need your help.
You do realize, of course, that you can get into trouble practicing without a license?
I'm not practicing. I have no need to practice. It just happens. Oh, help me, Harry. I mean it.
Well, to be honest, there's not a lot I can do.
Oh.
I mean, I'll take a couple of samples, if you like, and have them analyzed to see if that throws any light, but I doubt if it will. And I honestly don't think a psychiatrist could help. I mean, you've got to be a bit daft to be a psychiatrist, and if every time you touched one you cured him, the country would be out of them in no time. No, I honestly think the best thing you can do, as this seems a churchy sort of problem, is to go along and have a chat with your vicar.
I haven't got a vicar, Harry. There's not that many atheists that do.
Yes, that's a problem. Never thought of that. Well, you're in television, aren't you? Have a word with the one who does the epilogue.
A different one every week. Never get to know them. They're in and out like a whippet.
I got it. The Catholics. Go off and confess.
But I've nothing to confess.
Oh, that's not important. They have cubicles. It's dark and private. It'll give you a chance to talk without being seen, and that's a bonus. They won't be able to see you wearing a dress.
Let's go back to that again.
You'll do it?
Well, I'll think about it. Come on, let's get the samples over with, and I'll get my dressings back on.
Right. Rest your feet on the desk.
Yeah.
I'll get it from them. Stop you making that terrible mess on the carpet.
Oh, 10 minutes of the engaged signal every time. What's she playing at? I told her to put the phone back on at 1. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, my young man, but I'm making a rather important call, and I'm having a problem getting connected.
Wearing a frock as tight as that, I'm surprised you have any problem at all getting connected.
Oh, God. Got it. Come on.
Hello, I'm sorry, but Mr. Thompson is not giving any interviews today, is not open to any offers, cannot open your fate, and is unable to come to the telephone because of a future engagement.
Marcia.
Sorry, bye.
No, Marcia, hang on. It's me, George.
George?
Yes.
Where have you been? I put the phone back on at 1 o'clock like you said. It hasn't stopped ringing.
No, where I've been. I've been to see Dr. Eaton. Anyway, I told her not to answer the phone to anyone but me.
Yes, but how do I know whether it's you or not before I pick the telephone up and answer it?
Never thought of that. Sorry, darling, I'm a bit overwrought. Who's been ringing?
Everybody. It looks as though every newspaper in the country's after you for an interview. The Catholic Herald wants your life story, and the Daily Worker wants you to take out a subscription. Oh, yes, and Charles rang from the BBC. He wants to talk about next week's broadcast.
What did he say about it?
He didn't say, just that it's urgent. After that, your mother rang and said, will you please make your father deaf again?
Why?
Something about him arguing all the time.
Well, if she rings again... No, on second thoughts, just leave the phone off the hook when I ring off and she won't be able to get through.
Doesn't make any difference. She said she's coming round in any case. Not that she'll get through. There's hundreds outside. It's fantastic.
Oh, dear.
What did Harry say, George?
Oh, there's nothing he can do.
Oh.
He told me to go to confession.
Why? What have you done?
Nothing. He just thought it might be nice to have a chat in the dark.
Oh, I wouldn't mind a chat in the dark myself. When are you coming home?
Well, I'll just go off to confession and then I'll be back.
You can't go to confession in the middle of the day.
Why not?
Because they don't keep shop hours, George. Evenings usually and Saturday mornings. Besides, you've got to come back now, George. The Secret Service men are coming back at 2 o'clock.
What Secret Service men?
I forgot to tell you. Just after you left this morning, before it got really light, 2 men arrived wearing charcoal grey suits and black ties. I thought they'd come for a cure because they both had bulges underneath the handkerchief pocket in their coats. I thought they had funny chests or something. Anyway, they showed me their identification, and they were from a department called the RM section of the Secret Service.
What's RM stand for?
Something about a religious manifestation. But I'm only guessing. I wasn't really listening.
Well, you should have paid attention, Marcia. It might have been important.
Darling, it was important, but very early in the morning, and I wasn't exactly at my best after a night of close harmony hymn singing.
Sorry. Go on. What did they have to say?
Well, it turns out you might constitute a threat of some sort to national security. Because a foreign power might try to grab you for their own evil ends, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Well, neither do I. But it was very early in the morning, and I was being agreeable. Anyway, what it boils down to is this, that they're now watching the place along with the police, and when you arrive back, they want to have a little chat.
They're going to try and turn me into a secret weapon, aren't they? I can feel it in my bones. I'm going to be a new secret weapon. Well, I won't do it, you hear me? I won't do it.
Well, tell them, darling, not me. Anyway, I'm sure you're wrong. Apart from the bumps under their coats, they seem so very nice. How long are you going to be? Are you very far away?
No, I'm not far away. In fact, if I strain, I can just hear the hymns they're singing at the moment. I'll see you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Right, bye, darling.
Bye. See you in a few minutes.
There must be a couple of thousand people here.
I'll never get through. Watch who you're pushing, lady.
Everyone in the same boat, you know. Everyone wants to see him. Wait your turn.
Yes, sorry, madam. Didn't mean to stand on you. I didn't see you lying down there. Oh, God, if they find out who I am, I've had it. Harry Shredders. I always wondered how they got those relics of saints, heads and bones and things, and now I think I know, and I don't like it. Make way! Make way! I must get through! It's a matter of life and death! My life and my death. Still, nearly there. I saw a glimpse of the gate through the crutches. One last push. Oh, make it. Through the gate and I'm home.
Shut that gate!
But officer, I live here.
Madam, 25% of the people in this crowd live here. I know because they have individually fought their way up to that little wicket gate where you're standing now and told me so. Now, what I suggest is that you close that gate and either go back and sing with the rest, or better still, pop off home for a nice cup of tea.
Officer, dare I talk to you somewhere slightly more private? It's very important.
Also point out that it is an offence to offer an officer of the law an opportunity of monetary gain in repayment for some dereliction of duty on his part, i.e. bribery. So be very careful. Do not attempt to bribe me.
I have no intention at all of attempting to bribe you.
Just thought I'd get performing in first. I wouldn't like to see a nice lady like you getting into trouble.
If you would just slip me through this gate, I would very quickly show you that I'm not really a nice lady at all.
Madam, that could also be construed in some circles to be a form of bribery, and so I must again severely warn you.
I am not a she, I am a he.
Not everybody in this crowd's got problems. We can't make exceptions, pass judgments on who should get cured first. Just let this one through and not that one through. It's not part of our job. We just guard the gate and let no one through. Anyway, what you say is true. You do realise you get into serious trouble walking around like that, don't you? That dress is much too tight for you in any case.
But you haven't understood me. I'm not just any old he. I'm a particularly important he. I am him, the he that this lot thing is in there. But he isn't. He's here. He's me.
You're not making very good sense. Now, slowly, tell me, what are you talking about?
Let me whisper in your ear.
Watch it, Sonny. Don't test my patience too far.
Let me whisper.
What? You are?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Some people have the strangest sense of humor.
Over here.
Who are
George, it's me. Here.
Good morning, Mother.
George, I'm never going to make it. This is wonderful, George.
Not too loud, Mother. Do you want to give me call this dress?
What are you doing wearing that ridiculous green vest? Well, this is no way for a saint to behave. You're making a mockery of the whole business. Sticking apples up your front like that. Disgraceful.
Oranges. Mother, it's a long story. I'll tell you when we get inside, if we ever get inside.
Open the gate and let's get in.
I can't.
Why not?
Strike him. He's guarding me. The only problem being that I'm on the wrong side of the fence, so I can't convince him I win.
Easy about that. My good man, stop giggling and listen to me.
Ah, what's your brolly, Mother?
Oh, madam, it's an offence to poke a Bobby in the belly with a brolly.
This young man tells me you don't believe him. Well, I can confirm that he is telling the truth. He is my son.
You're the father of the mother.
Never been so insulted in my life. I shall report you to the commissioner.
Commissioner?
I don't care which it is. I shall report you just the same. As the mother of a saint, I demand the respect that is due.
Mother, I am not a saint.
And furthermore, I suggest you show my son proper respect as well before you are struck down by a bolt of lightning or something else.
I have orders to let no one through this gate and no one pass
George
through
is
it.
insufferable. Strike him down with a bolt of lightning.
I don't do bolts of lightning, Mother. You've got me mixed up with four of them.
All right, then. Perform a miracle on him.
Nor do I perform miracles toward him. All the miracles that have so far happened, apart from Dad's deafness, have been purely accidental. I refuse to use my newfound infirmity as a key to my own front door.
Do you want to be allowed in?
Well, yes.
Well, you'll never convince him otherwise.
All right, you've convinced me. Right, what's wrong with you, officer?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? Everybody's got to have something wrong with them.
I never had a day's illness in my life.
Well, what about your teeth? They must have caused a bit of trouble sometimes.
Oh, ma'am, not even a filling.
What about your feet? They must take a bit. You're a policeman.
Well, of course they do, but that's an occupational hazard. That doesn't count.
Got something to start with. And your back?
Naturally, you get a bit of pain when you get to my age, standing around all the time. But
Yes, and what about your head? Doesn't all these boys give you a headache?
well, it keeps me in a bit of course. Yeah. Thought you were supposed to make me feel better. I never felt so miserable in my life.
Good. Move close, Mother. Right, hide my hand while I take my mitten off. There we are. Right, officer. Hold my hand.
You've got to be joking. It'd be more than my job was worth if I was caught while on duty holding hands with a bloke wearing a frock.
Persuasion's useless, George. Make a grab.
Right. Gotcha.
Get off, Jeffrey. Ooh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's terrific. You're in.
Not so loud. You're in.
I'll open the gate. You go home. Oh, forgive me for doubting you. St. George.
I am not a saint.
There's no time to argue, George. Let's get inside.
Here, the Lord's going to come moving in. It's fine.
That's right, sir.
Let's go in as well.
Everybody down the fence. George. Open the door. There's going to be a riot. Well, my keys in the handbag. Marcia left me.
Where's the handbag?
Upstairs in the bedroom. I forgot it.
I knew there was something missing from that outfit. Well, go for the letterbox then.
Right. Marcia, quick, there's going to be a riot.
You're not George. George has a key.
I left it in my handbag upstairs.
Anybody could say that. How are you? It's really you.
Marcia, stop fooling around. This is serious. Look through the letterbox. Does this convince you?
What is it? 2 oranges, George. That's rude. Put them back immediately.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought I was never going to make it in one piece.
My heart. Now, dear, my heart.
That's brandy for Mum. What about you, George? Anything?
That's no way to greet a husband who's just been nearly shredded by a mob.
Sorry, George, but I do find it incredibly hard to take your problem seriously when you're wearing that green dress. It's much too... George, where's the top hat and halo?
Damn. I must have left it to Dr. Eaton.
The halo?
No, the hat.
You never told me about any halo, George.
Well, it's only a small one, Mother. It's hardly worth mentioning.
It was a beautiful one. And it would have been an enormous help keeping the electric light bills down. What a pity it's gone.
Oh, don't worry, it hasn't gone. It's still there, I think. It doesn't show what it's like. I suppose it's to do with the regulations about the saving of display lighting during daylight hours or something. Oh, dear, it's starting to sound a bit regressive out there, isn't it? Yeah, well, I reckon a quick cup of tea for me, brandy for Mum, whatever you're having, Marcia. Change my address, phone call to Charles and the Beeve, and then we'll all make a boat for it. Good idea? Right. Can we come round and stay with you for a couple of days, Mother?
I don't really think my house is worthy enough, George. I mean, of course, it would be a great honour, but I
Good,
don't
that's
think...
settled. Will you organise the drinks, Marcia?
Right away.
Terrific. Sit down, Mum. I'll just make a phone call and we'll be out of here in no time. Just put the receiver back for a second, and then... Oh, unbelievable. Get off the line.
Manners, George, manners. That's no way for a saint to talk.
Eaton here, Dr. Eaton. Stop being so aggressive, George. You'll make yourself even iller.
Yeah, sorry, Harry. Sorry, it's been a hard day. Look, Harry, can I call you back? I really must make another call.
No, certainly not. This is the first time in my career I've ever called a patient instead of him calling me, and I expect you to treat the occasion with a reasonable sense of decorum and be aware of the obvious serious nature of the call.
Yeah, but you found something out?
Yes, I have. You're right. That stuff I took from you cures people.
I know that, Harry.
Yes, but I didn't, did I? And I do now, don't I? So that throws a different light on the whole case, doesn't it?
Yeah, but do you mean you know the cure?
Certainly not. That's the last thing we want to do, cure it.
What do you mean?
Don't you realize the implication, George? You are a walking gold mine. We're rich.
What are you talking about, Harry?
George, after you left me, I dabbed a drop out of one of the files onto the little finger of every patient, private and national, who walked through the door, and not one of them left needing a prescription.
Well, I could have told you that, Harry.
I put a drop each on my 3 ailing pot plants, and they've all grown at least 6 inches in the last 2 hours. The cat from next door jumped through the window, had a quick lick of the sample before I could stop him, and he is now rapidly becoming a kitten. Not to mention the fact that I've had 2 dabs of the stuff myself and feel at least 20 years younger. Medical science, and put our names into every newspaper in the country.
Harry, my name is already in every paper in the country. I'm trying to get it out.
George, this is no time to hide your light under a bushel and to hog the limelight. We'll share the fame together. I'm a humble man, George, and I've never craved fame. But this is so big, the mind boggles. You're a Fleming, Curie, Pasteur, and Albert Schweitzer all rolled into one. You're a 20th century panacea. Not only that, but you're non-denominational, and that can't be bad. George, I want to share this moment with you and look after your health.
Look, Harry, if you want to look after my health, stop doing party tricks with my blood and find out what's wrong with it.
I'm trying to explain to you there's nothing wrong with it. It's perfect for our purposes.
What purposes? What are you talking about?
Listen, George, listen carefully. Here's the plan. I'm going to call a special general meeting of my privates.
There must be another expression you can use, Harry.
I'll cure them all and then explain my scheme. We will finance, my privates and I, a clinic guaranteeing a cure on the same day or no charge, backed up by a health and accident insurance scheme to finance the opening of other clinics all over the country and finally the world. To be a gold mine. We can't lose. I, of course, will look after the ethical and medical side. All you have to do, George, is to sit on some sun-kissed beach and provide a little blood occasionally. How does that strike you? The directors, of course, will expect some reasonable return, say 75%, but the other 25 will go straight to you. Tax-free if you stay out of the country long enough. What do you say, George?
No.
Well, you're right. 75 is a bit high. Let's say 50-50?
No.
You drive a hard bargain for an atheist, George. 25 to us, 75 to you.
No.
I've got to be able to offer some profit, otherwise they won't come in. 10% for us, 90 for you.
No, nothing. No deal, no clinic, no nothing. I just want to be cured. Have you got that, Harry? Cured. I'm a sick atheist.
You are also selfish, egotistical, and self-centered. I've always known it. I no longer consider you as one of my favorite patients. George, you're struck off my list. and I shall personally report your unethical conduct to the British Medical Council. George, we're through. And furthermore, I'm going to throw your top hat in the dustbin. So there.
Brandy, Mum. Tea won't be a sec, George.
Thank you, Marcia.
Who's on the phone?
Ellie.
Anything to report?
Yes, he's thrown my top hat in the dustbin.
Strange. I really think he ought to see a doctor.
Yes, you could be right. Oh, damn, I forgot. I put the phone back on the hook again.
Would you like me to get it, dear?
No, thank you, Mother. It may be the Archbishop, and I don't want you having one of your turn.
Oh, I'll get it, George.
No, you get the tea. It's time you were off. The sounding ominously close. Hello.
George? Charles?
Oh, Charles, I was just about to call you. Marcia said you'd run.
Well, very briefly, George, as I'm rather pressed and
Yes.
you must be rather busy curing people and things.
Yes, quite.
Well, your next week's broadcast is off, I'm afraid, and you're indefinitely suspended from Godslots.
What?
Now, I've been told to offer a Desert Island Discs, and if you're
But
interested...
why, Charles?
Well, Desert Island Discs calls for a certain type of...
No, I mean, why the cancellation and the suspension and stuff?
Well, briefly, as I'm rather pressed, and you must be rather busy curing people and things, well, it's felt, and this is coming from pretty high up, George. I'm not expressing my own view here. Now, briefly, it's felt that as the atheist point is used basically as a sounding board against which can rebound the more recent arguments of the clergy and priests, or, to put it another way, you're there as a bit of a giggle, because we all know you're wrong. Now, I'm not, of course, expressing my own views here, George. Or yet another way, you're the cowboy with the black hat, and they're the cowboy with the white hat, and they always win because they're the goodies and you're the baddie, if you see what I mean. But
yes,
now it appears you've gone and changed all that by somehow getting hold of the white hat.
Yes,
It's considered by somebody pretty high up that you somehow cheated, or to put it another way, have gained an unfair advantage, and therefore mustn't be allowed to use your advantage to the disadvantage of any clergy or priest that appear on the program.
Yes,
now,
but
I'm sure that you can see that it would be rather incongruous if you were there saying there ain't no God and doing all these miracles, while they're saying there is one and they can't do a thing.
Well, of
So
course.
it's considered all round to be better, and I'm not expressing my own view here, George. To be better if you did no more religious programs till you've got this problem sorted out, and a decent time to hang a flat, so that people have time to forget and go back to giggling again. You see what I mean? Now, I have laid it all out in a letter I sent you today, which also clarifies your contractual position. Anyway, I'm rather pressed, and I really must go, George, so I'll let you get back to your curing and things. Well, now, look forward to seeing you in the club soon. Very sorry about this, of course, but you do realize it's got nothing to do with me. Well, see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Charles. I'll leave it off the hook. Well, Mother, your son's just been sacked.
And a good thing, too. What a job for a grown man, scoffing at religion. You watch God doesn't get his own back by playing a joke on you one of these days. That would teach you. You just watch out.
Yeah. There's a thing to think about, all right. There's a thing to think about.
Cup of tea and chocolate biscuit. Would you like a cup as well, Mum?
Oh, no, thank you, dear. I'll just have another biscuit. I'm going off the Brookfields in a couple of weeks' time. Get away from Tom for a bit. So I'll soon sweat it off.
But with Charles on the phone, I've been evicted from Godslots. He offered me a Desert Island Disc.
But why?
Apparently I'm the sort of person who picks good records.
No, religion. Why are you out?
I think they're afraid I'll set up in business by myself. Oh, thank you. That looks lovely.
But that's ridiculous.
What on earth was that?
Well, I'll just have a look. The fence is gone. I think we're about to be able to run. Open up, police. Darling, quick. 2 men outside in grey suits with bulges. Come and have a look. See if they're your friends from the Secret Service.
Open up in the name of the law. Yes, that's them.
Right. I'm off out the back. See you this evening at Mother's.
Oh, but why not stay and meet them? They're charming.
Marcia, I'm not going to be turned into a man-mending machine on the battlefields of the world or into a diplomatic favour used for rejuvenating aged premiers and mouldy monarchs. I am going to confession looking for a cure.
Open up immediately or we'll break the door down.
Bye, Marcia. Bye, Mum. See you later. I'm off out the back to Merck. Nearly took off my oranges. We are. Bye.
Bye. See you at Mother's. Next one's a bit low, George.
Oops. Right.
Bye.
Bye.
Don't forget to make your father deaf again before you're cured.
Right on, boys.
Right. That looks like the last of the real confessors. Give it a couple of minutes, make sure no one else turns up, then in I pop. Wonder what he'll say. Never mind, I'll soon find out. Hope he doesn't laugh. No, he wouldn't. Well, that last one took her time, quarter of an hour, I reckon. Wonder what she's been up to. Well, it's no business of mine. She looked a nice girl as well. So, living in a town these days.
What a job. 2.5 hours he's been in there now. I wonder what happens if he wants to... Well, no, I don't suppose he does. I mean, they have a lot of training for this job, don't they? Well, better make a move. Sooner I'm in, sooner I'm cured, and off to Mum's for a bit of supper. Say, I'm starving. Yes, I wish I'd had a sandwich with me. I'd eat it before I go in. Well, I haven't, so no such luck. Hang on. I'll have one of my oranges. Yes, that one was the biggest. I'll have that. There we are, you little beauty. Peel. Lovely. That's done. Now, hide the skin under the peel. Give the verger something to think about. That's delicious. Yeah, well, better go in before he decides to call it a day. It's quite bright in here. I wonder what I do. That's a very low seat. I can't sit on that. Oh, I see. I kneel on it, yes. Right. There we are. Ow, tender knees. Oh. Well, what now, I wonder? There's a little window. I wonder if I'm supposed to open it. No. Net cloth in the front of it. I wonder if I should knock. I'll hang on and see. What's that noise? He's fallen asleep. No wonder she was in here a quarter of an hour. Oh. Do I have to wait till he wakes up? I can't do. I could be here all night. People would talk. They think I was a big sinner. I know. I'll have a bit of orange and think about it. Lovely. Oh, cough. I'll knock. Shop?
3 Your Father's, 6 Hail Marys, and don't do it again.
Pardon?
Huh?
Good evening.
Pardon?
Good evening. My name is...
I don't want to know your name. You should know better. Just get on with the prayer, my son.
Pardon?
The prayer. The confessional prayer. The prayer you start confessional with. Bless me, Father, etc.
Bless me, Father, etc. I'm sorry, I didn't know that one.
Well, what sort of school did you go to that didn't teach you a simple basic thing like that? Are you a convert?
I'm an atheist, actually.
You're a what?
An atheist.
Well, what are you doing inside a Roman Catholic confessional? Get out, you heathen.
Well, it was my doctor's idea, actually.
Surely a man of medicine should know that even though being an atheist is a grave sin, you can't just walk in and have the sin wiped out just like that. I mean, you'd have to be a Roman Catholic atheist for that to be possible. And that's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? What's that funny smell?
It's probably my orange.
Your orange? Surely you're not eating inside there?
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't eaten all day and I was starving.
I'm a bit peckish myself. You haven't got another one, have you?
Yes, I have, but...
No, that's all right. It'll only spoil my supper. Well, now you're here, you might as well tell me what the problem is. What's that light on your side of the perforations? You're not smoking in there as well, are you? That'd be going rather far, even for an atheist.
No, I'm not. I thought it was a bit light in here myself. It must be my halo back again.
Your what?
My halo. I've got a little halo.
Oh, a little halo.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't by any chance be from Candid Camera, would you?
No, I'm not. Now, my name is George...
Don't tell me.
Right. I am a small public figure and a convinced atheist, and recently I was struck down by stigmatism, and I now go around accidentally curing people.
Good Lord, you're George Thompson.
Right.
Don't tell me.
Sorry.
Go on.
And my doctor, well, that is my ex-doctor, suggested that as this is a churchy sort of problem, I should come along and have a chat with you, a priest, as I haven't got a vicar, in the privacy of the confessional, where you wouldn't be able to see I was wearing a dress.
You're wearing a dress, George?
Yeah, well, I didn't mean to say that, actually.
That's funny. The papers didn't mention you wear dresses as well as being an atheist.
Well, I don't usually wear dresses.
A special occasion, is it?
No, I'm in disguise.
Oh. Go on then. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's fairly obvious that if there was someone up there, which, as an atheist, I know there isn't.
And as a priest, I know there is.
Exactly. If there was, he obviously either made a terrible mistake, or I've accidentally got in the way of something that was meant for someone else, or a sort of religious road accident, if you see what I mean. With me being the victim, and some worthy old nun or monk or good Christian or something has accidentally escaped unscathed, which is pretty terrible for them, but disaster for me. And I think the idea really is that you now act as a sort of religious traffic policeman and sort the whole thing out, so I can go back to earning my living as a happy atheist. If you see what I mean.
There is a problem, George. No matter how much one would like to help, it's not that easy. I mean, you can't just ring up heaven and say, God, you've dropped a clanger. It doesn't work like that. Now, if you were a stigmatic Catholic, your claim would be severely tested, and case histories of alleged cures would be watched for years. There's no precedent for someone finding they've got it, and feeling they've been unfairly got at, and then wanting to have a priest intercede on their behalf to have the stigmatism removed. Oh, one other thing while I'm at it. This halo of yours is beyond imagining. Stigmatism, though uncommon, is known, but stigmatism plus halo, to the best of my knowledge, is unheard of. I mean, winning the first 5 dividends on the pools 5 weeks in succession would be child's play compared with that. So you obviously are a pretty special case. Our job now is to find out why and how you came to be stigmatized, and work our way towards a solution from there. Now, if I'm going to be able to help at all, I'm going to have to know a lot more about you, and ask some pretty personal questions. So all I ask really is that you answer honestly, even though it may be a bit embarrassing, and keep nothing back from me. All right?
Right.
Well, let's make a start by you making your first confession, as if you were a Catholic, coming in to have your soul cleaned up before a Sunday. Right?
Right.
Now, just tell me all the things you've done that you know were wrong in the last week.
Well, well, it's a bit of a problem, really.
Have no fear, my son. This conversation is sacrosanct. I mean, there's no risk of you waking up on Sunday morning and seeing your confession splashed all over the front page of the Catholic Herald. So be frank. Tell me what you've done wrong.
Well, to be honest, I haven't done anything much wrong in the last week. In fact, by my terms, I haven't done anything wrong at all. I've said damn twice, but I've always considered that a pretty watery word in any case. But apart from that...
Well, of course, I suppose that's to be expected. You've been a bit conscious of being good for the last week, haven't you? You were on retreat, weren't you? And then the stigmatism thing must have been a bit of a wet blanket. Made you think a bit? All right. What have you done wrong by your terms in the last month?
Well, even then I can't honestly say that I've done anything wrong. I lead a very quiet life.
Now, you've got to be honest with me, otherwise there's no point to the whole exercise.
Honestly, I'm being honest. I can't think of anything in the last week or the last month.
All right. We'll broaden it a bit more. The last year. What have you done that you know is wrong in the last year?
Well, even there... Oh, yes. I did tell Marcia, that's my wife, at Christmas last year that I liked a dress she'd bought when I didn't. Well, what I actually said was that I liked the dress but didn't like the colour, which was roughly the truth.
What colour was it?
Green.
I see. Well, what have you done wrong since you were 30?
Well, nothing, I'm afraid.
Surely you must have done something.
Sorry.
21.
I'm sorry, nothing.
Let's start again.
Good idea.
Now, this time I'll give you little hints.
Right.
Now, I'll obviously leave out the Catholic ones, not going to Mass and things like that. And we'll slowly work our way up towards the biggies.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you swear much?
Never. Well, apart from damn, that is. It's always struck me as being a bit colourless, if you know what I mean.
Well, how about drinking? I've watched you a couple of times on telly when I wanted to have my beliefs strengthened and a bit of a giggle. And you were always going at the carafe. Vodka, was it?
Water, I'm afraid. I didn't touch alcohol. I have a lemonade occasionally. Mounds of cups of tea, though. I don't suppose that counts, though, does it?
Afraid not. How about lechery? Do you lust after loose women?
Certainly not. I'm a happily married man.
Keep your temper. I'm trying to help.
Oh, sorry.
How many women have there been in your life?
One.
Your wife?
Yeah.
You were married, I suppose, before you...
Of course.
Do you eat more than is good for you?
Always just enough.
Are you slothful?
Pardon?
You spend a lot of time in bed.
No, up at the lark. I've always been an early riser.
Are you envious of other people's success?
Never really thought about it. We do quite nicely ourselves.
You crave worldly possessions, avaricious.
No, enough for our needs is enough.
Do you? Oh, what's the point? I know what the answer to every question is going to be. George, the answer to why you've been stigmatized is very simple. Even a child could see it.
Well, I can't. What's the answer?
You have accidentally led the life of a saint. And this is your just reward.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. There's loads of people know worse or know better than me, and they don't go around dripping into their socks and staining their shirts. Why have I been picked on? I mean, I don't even allow for the possibility of there being someone up there with the capacity to dish out such backhanded rewards.
Oh, there's no necessity for you to believe it, for it to happen to you. I mean, in the days when Britain ruled the waves and had little wars all over the place, if some happy native performed a feat of heroism on the field of battle in some far-flung bit of the empire, he got his Victoria Cross, whether he believed Victoria actually existed or not.
Yes, but at least he'd have the satisfaction of being able to send it back and say, look here, no matter what people say, no matter what goodies you send me, I still don't believe you're for real. So take back your VC, Mrs. Queen. You're a figment of other people's imagination. Wouldn't he?
They were mostly given posthumously. Presumably, now I think about it, to take care of that eventuality. Anyway, if it's any consolation, you will at least get the chance to argue your case after you're dead when you go up to heaven and face him.
I'm not going up to heaven or anywhere else when I'm dead. I'm an atheist, and I demand to be left alone to rest in peace. Without being haunted by other people's mistaken beliefs. I do not believe in God.
If you're going to go on like this, we'll be here all night. I thought you came here for a cure.
You mean you might know the answer? You may have a cure?
Of course I have. It's simple. 2 options as well.
Oh, tell me.
Right, first option. Pack up being an atheist and join a religion. It doesn't really make any odds which one you pick. Whether you're a Proddy Dog or Wesley or a Mick makes no difference. The cures are still virtually guaranteed. But we Roman Catholics are rather better than most at cancelling out saints. We got rid of dozens a few years back. So you could join us and perhaps get rid of your problem quicker.
I don't see how joining a religion can possibly help. I mean, if I become religious on top of everything else, I'll end up levitating. How can catching religion possibly provide a cure?
Simple. At the moment, you live by your own sweet rules. Goodness and non-indulgence, plus the conventions that society's laid on you since childhood. And that's all. You can't fail to become a saint. But you join us, and you've got nearly 2,000 years of conventions and rules concerning the conduct of your daily life and preservation of your soul to live by. You couldn't help but do wrong. The day-to-day life of a Roman Catholic is a minefield of sin. You only need a couple of small explosions to blast your stigmata away forever. I mean, I have 70-year-old nuns who can hardly walk in here with more sins in 1 week by their convictions than you've got in the last 20 years by yours. Their souls are driving through London, trying desperately to keep to the traffic regulations and escape convictions, a virtual impossibility. While your soul is driving the only car in Sark allowed on the road with hardly any restrictions at all and no chance of convictions, because you're also the island's only policeman. Do you see what I mean? Join us, or any religion come to that, and you can't help fail to keep the rules, and thereby lose the mark of goodness.
No, I'm sorry I couldn't do that. I'd be living a lie. I mean, I'm an atheist, and I always will be.
Look at him. A saint to the last. He can't live a lie to be able to live at peace. God bless you, my son. You are the very first Christian, non-Christian, if you see what I mean.
You said there were 2 options.
Right, there are. I'll just check the coast clear before I tell you. No one there, good. Now listen, here's the second option. But don't tell anyone I told you, all right?
Right. What is it?
Well, I could never suggest this to a Catholic, but as you're a heathen, it doesn't count. All you've got to do is to leave here and go off and be really bad.
What do you mean? Pinch a bottle of milk off someone's doorstep or something?
No. Really, really bad. Drink, swear, lie, fornicate, that sort of thing.
I could never do that sort of thing. It's against my nature.
Exactly. It's your nature you're fighting against. Stop acting like a saint, George, or you're in great danger of becoming one. The first atheist saint. What an embarrassment. Go off and be cured. You know how. Now, for your parents, I'd like you to say, I can't give you a pounds, can I? Well, never mind. It's been very nice meeting you. Go off and be really bad, and everything should work out fine, my son.
Marcia, will you please stop pacing up and down and pay attention? The news will be on in a second.
How can I pay attention when I'm this worried? Why isn't George back? It's nearly 11 o'clock. He never stays out this late.
You won't get him back by wearing our carpet out. He'll be all right.
Oh.
Come and sit down, Marcia.
Perhaps he had a lot to confess and then went off to church to repent his evil ways.
No chance. I bet he's been kidnapped by some foreign power, locked up in an embassy somewhere, tied and gagged, waiting to be whipped out of the country on the first available flight.
More likely those nice Secret Service men caught up with him and took him into custody for his own protection.
Will you both stop this constant talking? I'm trying to watch television.
And will you kindly give your daughter-in-law the common courtesy of a bit of attention? She's very worried.
Oh, that's all right, Dad. You watch telly.
I'll have to now because Mary's hinted I shouldn't.
It's news time. Quick, switch it over.
Right. Marcia, switch the light off.
Okay.
Authorities are believed to be seriously considering martial law in the area, where an estimated crowd of more than 250,000 people are at this moment holding a candlelit procession through the surrounding streets.
Wow.
All police leave has been cancelled, and all off-duty policemen are requested to report for duty at their local stations. We've also been asked to broadcast a request that no other members of the general public go into the area.
Well, that's good.
Loudspeaker vans are at this moment trying with little success to go through the street, asking the crowd to disperse. This evening, 2 houses in the area, which had been set on fire after candle stubs had been carelessly dropped, were gutted when fire engines were unable to get through the crash to attend the blaze. It's believed that the crews of the fire engine have since joined the procession. The whereabouts of George Thompson himself continues to be something of a mystery. First, it was thought he'd been taken into protective custody, but this hasn't so far been confirmed.
Oh, I was wrong there.
The only thing that is certain is that he's no longer at his former home, which, after police failed to hold the crowd this afternoon, was invaded by over 2,000 souvenir hunting followers.
Oh, my Lord.
The house has since been declared a structure liable to collapse.
Good Lord.
An interesting sidelight on the whole George Thompson affair was thrown this afternoon, when a doctor who later declared himself to be a potential business partner of Mr. Thompson, in 1 hour managed to cure over 1,500 patients in the oldest hospital in London, using a small phial of plasma allegedly supplied by Mr. Thompson.
What's Harry?
The hospital is now completely empty of patients for the first time since the 14th century, and the doctor is helping the police with their inquiries.
That's amazing.
It's George. Turn down the telly.
Don't go straight to the door. Check from the window first.
Is it him?
Is he by himself?
Yes.
Oh, open the door. Quick, before anybody sees him.
Right.
Oh, I'm so excited. A saint in my house.
Quiet.
Oh, you are insufferable.
Never mind me.
George, you're safe.
I haven't got a cent.
Oh, George, it's so good to see you. I thought you'd been kidnapped.
No, I kept to the back streets to hide my halo.
It's still as bright as ever, George. No cure.
Not. Well, the solution's easy. It's the application that's difficult. I have a confession to make, Marcia. For the first time in my life, I've been out chasing loose women.
Well, I doubt whether you caught any. It's not easy running in a tight dress.
Well, these weren't the sort of women who run away.
George, what do you mean?
Well, briefly, the answer to my problem was to go off and be bad, according to the priest. Lie, steal, swear, something like that.
You sort of priest?
No, he was very helpful, actually, very nice bloke. But now, as I know that all those options could be pretty nasty, or make me sick or end up in jail, something like that, I thought I'd have a go for the one I've heard can be quite nice. That's fornication.
What's that?
Having it away.
George, what a terrible expression.
I've heard worse ways of putting it tonight. It's been a long evening.
So, how did you enjoy fornication?
I didn't. I visited 6 models, one after the other, in quick succession.
I thought you were supposed to be finding a cure, not breaking records.
And each time, exactly the same thing happened. They were startled at my appearance, asked a high price because of my obvious kink. We haggled a bit, agreed the price, shook hands on the deal, and they were cured. No longer were they ladies available for hire. They all cried, said, "What a wicked life I've led," and went home to their mums. Well, I gave up at the 6th one and came home to my mum's.
Oh, I'm ever so pleased.
Oh, so am I.
Oh.
Right. Let's go and part the competence.
Right.
Furthermore, your conversation is banal.
Only because I've only had myself to talk to all these years. Anyway, I never found my conversation boring. It's only since...
Hello, you two. How about breaking off for a minute and greeting your guest?
Oh, George. Oh, George, it's an honor to have you.
Hello, George.
Oh.
Oh, my God. Mary, Do you realise our son's wearing a dress?
Oh, don't worry, Dad. It's his disguise.
Well, what's he wearing that ridiculous neon donut on his head for? I mean, if he's supposed to be in disguise, that's a sure way to attract attention. It's my halo, Dad. Do you like it?
Oh, George, how wonderful. You haven't been cured. Make your father deaf again.
Don't you dare. I wouldn't dream of it. Good. Look, can you put something over your head, George? You're ruining the picture on television.
Yeah, well, I'll put the empty football over it. How's that?
Oh, perfect.
Come and sit next to me, George, and tell me about your day. Oh, you look rather deflated.
It's only because I ate my oranges, Mum.
Do you want a cup of tea, darling?
Oh, in a minute. I'll just have a look at you all first.
Turn the television off, Ted. Show some respect.
Look, let's just watch the last of the epilogue. You get more laughs than even George gives us when he's on telly. Go on, turn up the sound.
Oh, turn it off. What do you want television Vickers for? We've got a saint in our living room.
Don't keep calling George a saint, Mum. We've got enough problems.
You cannot be a saint until you're dead in any case, can you?
Hang on. This could be important.
And take this one big truth, the common denominator of all religions, no matter what name, different beliefs, and different religions may apply. The belief in a supreme being. Take this one big truth and speak it loudly. I believe.
Oh.
Good night.
Eureka! Cut it off quick, Dad. Oh, it's so simple. Yippee! I know the cure.
George, take control of yourself. This is a quiet residential area. I don't want 250,000 people on my front lawn. Now put the light on, Ted.
Calm down, George. What is it?
Oh, don't you see it's so easy? Hey, two men at the front door. Are we expecting anybody?
Let me have a look. Oh, those nice Secret Service men are here, and my hair's in a terrible mess.
What do you mean easy?
Well, what's the opposite to one big truth?
One big lie?
Exactly. And for me, the biggest lie of all.
I don't understand.
You will. Help me off with this fruit bowl. Dad, put the light out again. Right.
Should I let the Secret Service men in, George? It's very rude to keep them waiting.
This won't take a minute. Now, halo shining bright. Everyone paying attention?
Yes.
Yes, but look, come on, George. Your halo's good for a quick party trick, but it gets boring. I, George Thompson, hereby declare, I believe. I am no longer an atheist.
Oh, how marvelous. You've come to your senses.
George, it's flickered. Do it again, louder.
I don't get it at all. I, George Thompson, with all my heart and soul, believe there is a creator in heaven.
It's wavering, George. It's wavering. It's going to
Yes. Oh, don't do anything, silly son. You make a lovely saint.
What's going on, George? You're starting to look like a lighthouse.
One last big effort, George.
Do it, son. Now, don't do it.
I, George Thompson, ex-atheist and accidental saint, hereby declare I believe in God. Who switched the light on?
It's worked!
I'm saved! The big lie worked!
In What's Stigmata, Peter Jeffrey played George and Norma Ronald Marcia. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson were played by George A. Cooper and Anne Jameson. The doctor, Murray Watson, the policeman, Geoffrey Siegel, the priest, Sean Barrett, the TV vicar and the retreat organiser, James Thomason, the masseuse, Valerie Murray, the BBC man, Clifford Norgate, the woman at the health farm, Joanna Wake, and the TV announcer, Piers Burton Page. What's Stigmata was written by Wally K. Daly and produced and directed by Martin Jenkins.
The Monday Play. The Trumpet Major by Thomas Hardy, dramatized by Michael Kittermaster, with Ian Holm, Gareth Thomas, Rosalind Ayres, and Christopher Benjamin.
The dragoons are come, Mrs. Garland. They're to encamp here nearby the mill.
Yes, Anne and me have been watching from the window all day, Miller Loveday.
Oh, my son John's regiment is among them.
The dragoons look nicer than the foot or the German cavalry either.
Well, they're certainly a handsome body of men.
Oh, that they be, that they be. We can rely upon them to defend us against Boney. Faith, I didn't know they were coming. Thought maybe in the paper all the time. But old Squire Derriman keeps it so long that we'd never noticed that they've been everybody's mouth.
Well, he too must be interested in the war, having a nephew in the yeomanry.
Oh, they be not regulars. Not like the dragoons. And John has not been home these 5 years.
What rank does he hold?
He's trumpet major, Miss Anne, and a good musician.
Oh, I doubt if Anne can remember him.
His brother Bob, I remember.
Ah, you'd remember him. He be the younger by 4 years or more.
Is he still at sea?
Aye, Widow Garland. He's first mate aboard the Poet. But when he's signed off, it is hoped he'll settle down here and help with the mill. Now, what I've come particularly to ask you ladies is this. I'm planning a party for John now that he's home, and I'd like you to join us.
Oh, if so be possible, we'll be there. You'll tell us the day?
As soon as ever I've settled it with John. But I must warn it, 'twill be rather untidy, you know, owing to my having no women folks in the house, and my man David is a poor dunder-headed fellow for getting up a feast. Poor chap. His sight is bad, that's true. And he's very good at making the beds and oiling the legs of the chairs, or I should have got rid of him years ago.
You should have a woman to attend to the house, Loveday.
Yes, I should, but... well, it's time I was away to Jack. I'll let you know the day. Good day to you, Ma'am.
Day.
Miss Anne.
Day. Do you think we ought to go, Mother?
Why not?
He'll only have men there except ourselves, won't he? And shall we be right to go alone among them?
Well, he is our landlord. We live on his premises here at the mill. It would seem churlish to refuse. Well, think of all he does for us. And if the French were to land, as everyone says they will, we'd have to depend upon him for a wagon and horses. He's our only friend.
Yes, so he is. You had better go, Mother, and I'll stay at home. They'll all be men, and I don't like going.
Well, if you don't want to go, I don't. Well, perhaps as you're growing up, it would be better to stay at home this time. Your father was, well, a painter is a professional man, certainly, and perhaps we should keep ourselves apart.
Why do you sigh, Mother?
Well, you're so prim and stiff about everything. Just because a few soldiers made you blush today, you refuse to set foot in our neighbour's house to welcome home his son.
Very well, we'll go.
No, I'm not sure now that we ought. Well, I did not promise, and there will be no trouble in keeping away. How merry they are.
I think they're very noisy.
It is indeed a very lively party.
I believe you wishing you'd gone.
It would have been cheerful had we joined in.
Oh, Mother, you're quite a girl. Go and join them if you wish.
It is too late. We should have taken advantage of the invitation when it was made. Lonely people must accept what company they can get.
Or do without it altogether.
Well, that's not natural, and besides, I don't... Oh, see who that is, Anne?
Now, begging your pardon, ladies, I can't have this. 'Tis unnatural that you two ladies should be biding here, and we under the same roof making merry without ye. Your husband, rest his soul, he would have been in with us long ago if he'd been in your place. I can take no nay from you, upon the honour. No, you and Maidy Anne must come in, if it be only for half an hour.
Oh, Anne, what do you say?
Will you wait 1 minute, Mother, while I go and change my dress?
Run along, my dear, and look your best. I think perhaps this dress will look well enough. It's not often that I wear it when just sitting at home.
Indeed, and it does look well, ma'am. You'll honour our humble party. I'm afraid there'll be villagers there, as well as the military. But they're learning to be brave defenders of their home and country, ma'am, as fast as they can master the drill. And they've worked for me off and on these many a year, so I thought you'd excuse it.
Oh, certainly, Miller Loveday.
And their wives be there as well, ma'am. I thought you and Maidy Ann would be glad to see other women folk there.
Oh, that's most thoughtful of you, Miller.
Here's John come to help fetch you. Shall I ask him in till Miss Ann be ready?
Yes, of course.
Come in, John. Come on. This is John. John, now can you mind Mrs. Martha Garland?
Oh, very well indeed.
I remember you too, John.
How is your little girl, Mum?
Well, but no longer a little girl.
What?
Oh, she's grown up now, as you can see for yourself. Here's my little girl.
Why, Miss Garland, I'd not thought of it. I'd expect.
Welcome home, Trumpet Major. We're all glad to see you here.
Miss Garland, may I have the pleasure of escorting you to the party? Will you take my arm?
Thank you, Trumpet Major. I should be very happy.
And I will take yours, Miller Loveday.
I warned your mother how it would be, Miss Ann. I'm afraid there'll be all sorts here tonight, not all of them soldiers.
Well, I see Corporal Tullidge is here. And Sergeant Burns. They both served in the army once, did they not?
Oh, yes, they served well and long in the foot. Even now they have a hard time of it up at the beacon in wet weather. So after giving them a meal in the kitchen, I just asked them in to hear the singing.
Won't you come and talk to my brother soldiers, Miss Ann? They'd be glad to meet you.
Oh, but there are so many of them. Would you excuse me, first of all, I said good evening to Corporal Tullidge.
Of course.
Good evening to you, Corporal Tullidge.
Miss Ann. I met you in the lane yesterday, but you didn't notice me. Well, 'tis the young bucks that get all the notice nowadays, and old folks is quite forgot. I can mind well enough how young Bob Loveday used to lie in wait for you.
I shouldn't have thought of that. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, my hat? Well, I keep that on because my head was injured at Valenciennes. He doesn't hear you too well, miss. He thinks you were talking of his hat.
I didn't mean your hat, Mr. Tullidge.
He's got a silver plate let into his head. Haven't you, Corporal? A silver plate. I have heard, miss, that the way they mortised his skull was a beautiful piece of workmanship. Perhaps the young woman would like to see the plate. Oh, 'tis a curious sight, Mrs. Ann. You don't see such a wound nowadays.
No, thank you, Cripplestraw.
Well, if the young woman don't want to see your head, maybe she'd like to hear your arm. Hey?
Was your arm hurt, too?
Oh, knocked to a pommy at the same time as my head. Rattle your arm, Corporal, and show her.
Very shocking.
Oh, it don't hurt him, bless you. Do it, Corporal. Oh, no, not a bit. No, there's no life in they bones at all. They be as loose as a bag of ninepins. Oh. You can feel them quite plain, Mrs. Ann, if you'd like to. You'll undo your sleeves in a minute to oblige the lady, won't you, Corporal?
No, please not.
Oh, come now, Corporal Tullidge, that's enough. You frighten the young lady.
Well, come on then, Corporal, rattle them for me over here.
I do not care for all this talk of war, Trumpet Major. Was Bonaparte really like this summer, do you think?
Oh, well. What do you say, Tremlett?
He'll come, Miss Garland. They say he will cross in these flat-bottomed boats they have built for the purpose any day now when the weather's right for him.
Well, if they do come, we should be ready for them. Won't we, Jonesy? However soon we decide to come.
Oh, it'll be a long time before Boney will dare to take on us the When the lawyers strive to heal a breach, and parsons practice that they preach, then Boney, he'll come pouncing down and march his men on London town. Rock and roll, rock and roll, when rich men find their wealth a curse and fill there with the poor man's purse, then Boney, he'll come pouncing down and march his men on London town. Rock and roll, rock and roll, with their wives agree and maids won't wed for modesty.
Then Boney Hill come pouncing down and marches men on London town.
Not a verse I choose to sing before ladies.
Nor I. It's young Derriman, if I'm not mistaken.
For the yeomanry cavalry, Loveday.
What do you hear?
I was passing by and my ear was caught by the singing. I like singing. So you come home, Loveday?
Oh, we're encamped on the other side of the mill pond.
And this, if I'm not mistaken, you are Widow Garland's daughter.
You're not mistaken.
But can she not speak for herself, Loveday?
You are forward, sir.
I'm well thought of hereabouts. You remember me, Miss Garland?
I have heard speak of you.
Well, come now. I've been here before. And I've seen you at the Orr, where you've got a extra newspaper for your mother, I think.
I go there sometimes.
And you know I shall inherit that place?
Indeed.
Well, what do you say to it?
I have nothing to say to it.
I shall watch for you there. I like a pretty girl. You know, Miss Garland, this isn't much of an affair, is it?
Huh. I'm surprised to hear you speak thus, Derriman. The more so since you were not invited.
Well, I'll not stay. I've several miles to ride before bedtime. Then I'll see you at the Orr, Miss Anne. Dash my week if I don't. Good night to you.
And it's weeks now since we've seen the newspaper. Why won't you go over to Squire Derriman and see if he's finished with it?
I do not like to go to the hall anymore.
Why ever not?
Fear of meeting young Mr. Derriman.
Oh, how silly you are.
It is not silly. He lies in wait for me, and I do not enjoy his company.
So, we are to be deprived of the newspaper, are we?
Well, what is so important that it cannot wait?
Well, there's news in it, the miller thinks, of a review that's to be held in honour of the king on Barrow Down.
Oh, I'll go if you insist.
I do. I promised to tell him all about it, and how can I do that when there's no newspaper?
Do you think it right, Mother, that you should be alone so much with the miller?
What can be wrong in it, seeing that we're both widowed?
Well, you've said before now that he's not quite of our class.
He has been civil and generous to us.
Well, it is your affair.
Yes. Will you go for the paper?
Very well, but I shall take the path round by the camp. In that way there'll be less chance of my meeting with young Mr. Derriman again.
Garland! Hi there! Stop, my beauty!
Oh, what do you want, Mr. Derriman?
You.
But that is not nice of you.
Not nice? Well then, perhaps I'm not a nice sort of fellow. What do you think?
Well, I would prefer it if you do not walk with me, Mr. Derriman.
Do I worry you?
The path is narrow and you are driving me off it.
Well, then I can walk this side through the high grass and the guilty cups. So, what think you of the yeomanry, Miss Anne?
I do not think of them at all.
We are a gallant lot, you know. Why do you laugh?
Your boastfulness.
I should like to know what you would do without us if the French were to drop in one of these days.
If a Frenchman came up to you, what would you do?
I should draw my sword, like this, and take him with a third guard, low point, then coming back to the second guard.
But that would be taking care of yourself and not hitting at him.
Now, see here, my lovely. I may not be much at farming, but I can show as fine a soldier's figure on the esplanade at Budmouth as any man of cavalry, so don't you provoke me with that laughter.
And go away and don't pester me.
Oh, I know you women. Your go away means come on, now doesn't it?
It means nothing of the sort. Oh, there's no bearing with you.
You may run from me, but you cannot cross that stream ahead without my help.
Away, you great bragging.
And the only reward I'll claim is a kiss.
Go away.
Hurry as you may, my fine lady. You cannot cross alone.
Oh, can't I? Was there a plan kept here by the villagers for crossing?
What are you doing?
I crossed this way before, you see, Mr. Derriman.
Dash my wig.
There. Now I'm across.
I'll catch you. See if I don't.
Well, I should tip up the trunk if you try to cross.
You have not the strength.
Oh. Well, I not.
Ah!
Now you're in. I warned you, Mr. Derriman.
Dash it all!
Goodbye, Mr. Derriman.
Miss Garland.
Oh, Trumpet Major, I didn't see you.
You've been running.
A little.
What brings you round by this road?
Oh, I come from the hall and wish to avoid somebody.
Oh.
And you?
Oh, I sometimes use this road from the camps.
Are those your trumpeters we hear blowing so early in the morning?
I hope they do not disturb you.
Oh, not at all. They play very prettily, I think. Did you teach them how to do it?
Well, that is my work.
It must require much skill to get them to begin and finish together so exactly at one time. It's like one throat doing it all.
Oh, it comes with practice.
How came you to be a trumpeter, Mr. Loveday?
When I was a little boy, my father set me to keep the birds off a barley field. He gave me an old horn to frighten them with. I learnt to blow it. And after that, he bought me a clarinet. And when I could play that, I learnt to play the serpent. So, when I enlisted, I was picked for training as a trumpeter.
Will you forever be a soldier?
Oh, well, there is some talk of me or Bob working at the mill, so, well, it depends. Did you know that clock strikes in G sharp?
You can tell the key?
I used to notice the note when I was a boy. I fear you don't think much of the rank of trumpet major, Miss Anne.
Oh, I am sure it's very respectable.
Oh, I'm glad you should say so, for it is given out by the King's command that trumpet majors are to be considered respectable. And, of course, someday I shall be in rather a better position than I am at present. In short, Mr. Sam, may I pay court to you in the hope that you may make me the happiest of men? I do not mean yet, but when peace is proclaimed and all is smooth and easy again. I can't put it any better. There's more to be explained.
It's most awkward. My mother would object.
Oh, no. No, she leaves it up to you.
Have you spoken to her?
Well, I thought it would not be honourable to act otherwise, and she did not object.
Well, my mother is so entirely ignorant of a soldier's life. Well, I cannot listen to you any more readily for what she may say. So, do not let us say any more about this now. Mother, why did you not tell me you'd spoken with John Loveday regarding me?
Oh, I forgot having done so.
Oh, I do not understand you. Only the other day you were singing the praises of Mr. Derriman on account of his being a gentleman and inheriting at the Hall, but now you seem to wish to encourage Mr. Loveday. You are nothing but a weathercock.
Well, things are different now.
How?
Miller Loveday has asked me to marry him. If I were to accept, then I reasoned it out that the family could be doubly united.
Will you accept?
Well, I am considering it.
Well...
Anyway, he's invited us to accompany him to the review on Barrow Down. Now, shall you come?
I do not think so.
All Wessex will be there.
I may come. I may not. I do not know.
Well, now, Miss Anne, that was a sight worth travelling to see, weren't it?
Yes, Anne, aren't you glad you let yourself be persuaded? To see the king and queen. Oh, did you notice the muslin shawl she was wearing?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, wasn't it beautiful? And the feather in the king's hat.
And it was my son John what played to him. Oh, there's fewer more consequence in a regiment than a trumpeter. And here he is.
Oh.
John, it's a day to make a father proud of his son, it is.
Oh, I think we played not badly.
Oh, I think you played beautifully. And you look so fine in your uniform.
Did you really take the trouble to find me? That was very good of you.
Oh, her eyes followed you everywhere.
Well, of course I looked at the dragoons most, and when I looked at them, my eyes naturally fell upon the trumpeters. That is all.
I would like to see if we can watch the royal family depart. Can we climb to the top of that barrow and see if we can get a better view?
By all means.
Oh, Mother, I've seen enough. Why don't you stay on and I'll return home and prepare the supper?
Oh, then let me accompany you part of the way. I have to return to the camp, but it's a powerful big crowd for a young girl to be alone in. The road is like a fair.
Thank you, but I would prefer to be on my own.
Nonsense, Anne. We won't be far behind you. We'll catch you up.
Very well, Mother.
Come on, Miller.
This way.
It's been a great day for me to play before the king. I'm glad that you were there to hear it.
It was an excitement for me to see him. How long do you think he'll be staying in Budmouth?
Who can tell? There are those who'd be happier if he was further away from Boney. But you know, the other day he ventured out to sea so far that he was nearly caught by some of the evening's cruises.
No.
He's anxious to fight Boney single-handed.
Oh, what a good, brave king he is.
Yeah. Miss Anne, you know that thing I asked you about the other day?
We won't speak of it.
You don't dislike me?
Oh, no. How could I dislike the son of Miller Loveday, who's always been such a good friend to us?
But I'm not worthy of the daughter of a genteel professional man. That's what you mean.
But there's something more than worthiness required in such cases, you know.
Something more?
Well, since you will make me speak of it, I mean the woman ought to love the man.
Well, if it were all right on that point, would you mind the other?
How can I say when I don't know? Please, don't let us talk about it anymore.
Your mother said...
John! Hold there! What? Hey, here be a letter come from your brother. Huh? He's been waiting at the post office for days, and I never went. Look, John, I'm afraid it's bad news. Will you read it and tell me the worst?
It's not bad news, Father. He's coming home to be married.
Oh, my Lord.
To be married?
Yeah. And as far as I can understand, he'll be here by Saturday.
Indeed. And who is he going to marry?
That I don't know. The woman's a stranger.
Yeah, come, give me the letter. Do you hear the news, Widow Garland?
What?
Yeah, Bob is to be wed.
Oh, that's good news. Who is the young lady?
Oh, her name be Matilda Johnson, and he met her in Southampton. She's going to come. She's coming here so that she can be a guest in the house before the actual ceremony.
And he'll be home before the end of the week.
Well, he could be there by now. The letter's dated over a fortnight ago. Now, whatever should they think if they'd have come home and there's only David there to make them welcome? Will you come with me, Mrs. Garland, and you, Miss Anne? It'd be hard for us men to know how to greet a young lady.
Oh, of course. We'll come and do anything we can to make the place ready for her. Won't we, Anne?
Of course we will.
Oh, come along, then. We must make haste. If we'd had known he'd be coming, Bob, we'd never gone up to Barrow Down.
Did you not receive my letter?
Why, it came but today. I'm sorry, Miss Johnson, we was not here to greet you.
Oh.
Not to be here to greet my son's bride.
Oh, pray, think no more of it, Mr. Loveday.
Can I give you some more tea, Miss Johnson?
Thank you. Oh, what a lovely place you have here, Mr. Loveday. And also very countrified.
Oh, well, after tea, I'll show you all around.
Matilda's tired from a long journey, Father, and will wish to rest.
Oh.
You are from Southampton, Miss Johnson?
I have resided there of late.
But you do not come from there.
My aunt resides there. She's widowed and was left a great deal of money by her husband, and I lived with her for some while, my parents being dead.
Oh, I understood you were in lodgings there.
Well, my aunt had suddenly to leave, and I moved there temporarily.
Oh.
Matilda has relatives in Casterbridge.
Oh, really? What is their name?
If you would excuse me, I am somewhat tired after my long journey. I should like to rest.
Oh, I will show Miss Johnson the room.
Oh, thank you.
Is this all you have with you?
My things are to follow later. I have not room to bring my many dresses.
Well, as soon as ever you're rested, Miss Johnson, we've prepared a little celebration for you both. My son, John, the trumpet major, has promised to come across from the camp.
Oh, I look forward to meeting him.
If you follow me, it's this way, Miss Johnson.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Father, she's an excellent body, don't you think? She'll make a first-rate wife.
I hope so, my boy.
Oh, come now, admit it. She's a real charmer. A miracle of gentle breeding.
Oh.
How long have you known her, Captain Bob?
Well, 'tis less than a month. But I could see in the twinkling of an eye that she was the girl for me. Well, I know a woman well enough when I see her, having been so much about the world. Begging your pardon, Miss Anne. Of all the girls I met, she is the genteelest. So I chose her.
How many did you choose her out from?
Well, she was the only one I happened to know in Southampton, that's true. But it would have been all the same if I'd known 100.
I see.
Poor soul, she seems worn out.
Mother, it's time we return to our side of the house.
Oh, very well, dear.
Oh, one moment. I bought a present for you.
Oh?
Well, you see, I have these 2 shawls here, and one of them I'm going to give to Miss Johnson, but the other one I've got no use for at all, so will you take it, Miss Anne?
Thank you, but I really don't want it and couldn't take it.
Oh, but do have it. It's so pretty and will suit you. And there's another reason why you ought to have it. It never came into my head till this moment that I used to be your beau in a humble sort of way. Faith, so I did. And we used to meet at places sometimes, didn't we? That is, when you were not too proud. And once I gave you, or somebody else, a bit of my hair in fun.
It was somebody else.
Ah, yeah, perhaps it was.
Oh, come on, don't tease him. You kept that curl of hair for years.
You are mistaken, Mother.
Well, it was you I used to meet, or tried to, I'm sure. Oh, take the shawl out of compliment to those old times.
Yes, why not, dear?
Give it to your bride, Captain Bob. You better bestow your gifts where you bestow your love.
But...
Come, Mother.
Well, you'll be joining us for our little celebration, won't you?
Of course, Miller, of course. Just leave it to me.
Oh, now, let me fill your glass, Miss Johnson.
Miss Johnson seems quite recovered from her journey, Captain Loveday.
Captain Loveday? Not yet, I'm afraid. You once used to call me Bob, Miss Anne.
Do you think she will settle to the life of a miller's wife at Overcombe?
She'll adapt to it quick enough. Ah, here's Jack.
Oh, Jack. We've been waiting here to drink a toast, Jack.
I'm sorry, I was delayed at the camp after the review. Why, good to see you. Well.
Oh, Tilly, my dear, this is my brother John, trumpet major. And very smart with it, is he not, in that uniform? What is it, my dear?
I'm unwell. I'm quite overwhelmed by the heat.
Oh, my dear, what's the matter?
I will take her to her room.
I'll carry her.
Please, George.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Who is there?
John Loveday.
Oh. What do you want?
To speak with you.
You cannot come in.
Then you shall meet me by the mill pond.
I cannot.
If you do not, then I will rouse the others and tell them everything.
Oh. I will meet you.
Miss Johnson?
What do you want?
Do you not know? You recognize me, did you not?
For Bob's brother?
We have met before.
Where?
I think you know.
I do not recall.
Then let me remind you of the particulars. Wintoncester.
Wintoncester?
Falcon Tavern. Captain Bowboy, Captain Jolly of the Dragoons.
Very well. Yes. I do remember.
Oh. So you deceived him?
No.
Making yourself out to be a lady of means. The rich aunts in Southampton and relatives at Casterbridge. But when Bob wrote, I did not associate the name.
Oh, you'll not tell him.
My brother's an easy-going sort of fellow, and sometimes he's simple also. I'll not have him deceived in this way.
I did not deliberately deceive him.
You did not tell him about yourself.
Oh, you are cruel.
Now listen. I'm not a vindictive sort of chap, and this is what I've decided. There's an address in Budmouth that I know of.
Oh, no.
Now you pack what few necessities you need, and I'll have horses ready in an hour and accompany you there.
An hour?
Yes. Sooner done the better.
It is gone midnight.
The moon is up. It's a warm night. It will be an easy enough ride.
I cannot do it.
But then I shall rouse the household now. I shall make such a stir, madam, that the whole of Overcombe shall hear it.
I have no money.
I can find something to pay for your lodging for a week or so.
But why can it not wait until I see...
There's someone coming. Quick. It's that lout young Derriman. Draw back into the shadows. I wouldn't wish him to see us together. Though it's doubtful he can see anything in his state. But when he's past, we'll go, all right?
then.
But why cannot this wait until tomorrow?
Because it cannot.
Oh, I beg you.
Wasting time. Do you agree or not?
Very well. I agree.
Mister!
I'm busy with the car.
Mister! Come you here! She's gone?
Who's gone?
Miss Johnson.
Somewhere.
Gone? When she didn't come down for breakfast, Master Bob said to call her, and I went. Seeing the doors open, I looked in and found her. Gone?
Oh, Lord bless
Miller!
us.
Miller! Have you heard what has happened?
Aye. Hey, now, Bob. What's all this, my boy?
She's gone, Father.
What do you mean, gone?
I've searched everywhere. At the parsons, the clerks, the camper dragoons, the hussars, everywhere.
But she must be somewhere hereabouts.
Nowhere.
Oh, dear.
'Tis so lonely to cruise for her all by myself. Would you not come with me and cheer the way, Miss Anne?
Where shall we search?
Oh, in the holes of rivers, you know, and down wells and in quarries and over cliffs and like that. Your eyes might catch the loom of any bit of a shawl or bonnet that I should overlook, and it would do me a real service. Please do come.
Of course I will. I'm worn out. I must sit down.
Well, sit here. Let me help you. She's run away. There can be no other explanation.
Perhaps.
Now, didn't you think highly of her, Miss Garland?
Oh, yes, very highly.
She was really beautiful. No nonsense about her.
None. Her beauty was thoroughly ripe, not too young. We should all have got to love her. What can have possessed her to go away?
I don't know. Upon my life, I shall soon be drove to say I don't care. Oh, Miss Garland, give me your hand.
What are you doing?
No, just one kiss, Miss Garland. I am so distraught.
Oh, get up, Mr. Loveday. I never heard of such a thing.
But
I won't go an inch further with you, sir. It's altogether too barefaced.
Upon my life, I didn't mean it. I do love her best, indeed I do, and I don't love you at all. I'm not so fickle as that. I merely, just for the moment, admired you as a sweet little craft. And that's how I came to kiss your hand.
It's too bad of you.
But you know, Miss Garland, 'tis like this. When you come ashore after having been shut up in a ship for 18 months, and women folks seem so new and nice that you can't help liking them, one and all, in a body, and so your heart is apt to get scattered. to yaw a bit, as we call it. But of course, I think of poor Matilda most, and shall always stick to her.
I'm glad to hear that. Very glad. But I won't look for her anymore.
Oh, but...
No, I don't care to look for her. And my head aches. I'm going home.
So am I.
No, you should go on looking for her if you love her. Good morning, sir.
Jack?
Yes?
She's nowhere to be found.
I know. She's gone, and I'm thankful. What? I'm at the bottom of it.
You, John?
Yes. And if you will listen, I'll tell you why. You remember what happened when I came into the room last night? And she turned colour and nearly fainted away. Well, that was because she knew me.
You'd better speak plain with me.
For once, Bob, I must say something that will hurt you a good deal. She's not a woman who could possibly be your wife, and so she's gone.
You sent her off?
I did.
John, tell me right through. Tell me.
Perhaps I'd better.
Miss Garland! Miss Garland!
Oh, Mr. Derriman, is there some news of Miss Johnson?
Nothing, except that I must be grateful to her for making you deign to speak to me. I know now why you treat me as you do. I wasn't so much in drink last night that I didn't see what was going on.
No idea what you can be talking of.
I saw a trumpet major Loveday courting you down by the pond. And kissing you under the trees. Oh, I saw you.
Indeed, but you couldn't have done.
Well, I saw someone there with the trumpet major. Who else but you lives in this house?
I tell you, it was not I.
Well, it weren't your mother. It was scarcely likely to be the sailor's bride. I know it was you.
Oh, you're merely trying to make mischief, and I'll hear no more of it.
How can you do it, Miss Garland? When I, who have enough money to buy up all the Lovedays, would gladly come to terms with you. What a simpleton he must be to pass me over for him.
Please go.
Now you're angry because I call you a simpleton. I mean, misguided. Misguided rosebud.
Mr. Derriman.
All right on. But I'll have you yet. No trumpet major's going to win you from me.
He speaks only from malice to make trouble between me and John. And I did hear voices last night. I thought she had a tryst with Bob, but perhaps Miss Johnson was meeting someone else.
John's convinced me, Father. She's left. Gone. That's all there is to it.
She's made great fools of us. I thought you'd have had more sense, Bob.
And don't say anything against her. It was a sorry haul, and there's an end to it.
Well, my boy, I've hit upon a plan.
For what?
To get us out of this awkward corner.
I don't follow your drift, Father.
I mean about the victuals.
How can you talk about victuals at such a time?
Well, my boy, it's right to see all that food and drink wasted, and the villagers will be expecting a wedding and a feast. I felt more ashamed than I cared to own at the thought of how they'd laugh at us when they hear what's happened. So I've resolved to take this step to stave it off, so to speak.
What step is that?
Well, to cut a long story short, I talked it over with Mrs. Garland, and she pitied me so much for having had the house cleaned in vain and laid in provisions to waste that it's put her into the humour to agree.
I'm no clearer as to your meaning.
To marry me. So we mean to do it right off at once, before the pies and cakes get mouldy.
Oh, that's it.
We don't want to hurt your feelings, but he wouldn't want the victuals to get blue Vinny now, would he?
No, Father, I wouldn't want that.
Miss Anne, may I speak with you just for one moment?
Well, Trumpet Major?
We're going away.
Oh? Where?
The regiment is ordered to Exonbury.
When?
Tomorrow.
Well, the village will seem quiet without your trumpets.
Yes. Before we leave, I wish to ask you if there may be some hope for me.
There's something I wish to ask you, Trumpet Major.
What is that?
Do you not find it curious that your brother should have made so little effort to find Miss Johnson?
Well, he may have thought there was little purpose in searching further.
Yes, indeed.
I do not follow you.
I think you do.
Well, you speak in riddles, and these last few weeks you've been very distant with me.
Cannot you guess why?
No. Well, Miss Anne, may I write to you?
To do so would imply an understanding between us.
Well, you once gave me leave to hope. Now that my father and your mother are married, we are almost of one family, as you might say.
As you might say, Trumpet Major.
Shall you come to see us all?
Perhaps. I really cannot say.
Oh, it is sad to see them leave.
John says they may return next year.
Anne, you did not say goodbye to John.
The opportunity did not present itself, Mother.
Oh, I see, dear.
So, you're leaving. Now there's a chance for me.
There is no chance for you, Mr. Derriman.
Why not, pray?
Because there's another left.
Who?
Please go, Mr. Derriman. Mother, wait for me.
Here, Cripplestraw.
Hey,
Come here.
yes, mister.
Have you seen anybody hanging about at the mill?
Well, there's only the miller's son.
He's gone.
I mean his son, the sailor.
His son, the sailor. Damn, his son, the sailor.
Oh, Miss Garland, I've something to show you. Something I've made for you.
Really? Oh, how kind of you. Where is it?
Just here by the bridge. Wait one moment. There, Miss Garland. I made it on purpose for you.
Wonderful. How came you to think of such a thing?
I don't know exactly. I've never made one in my life till now.
And how did you make it play? What is it exactly?
But it's a sort of harp, and the breeze from the mill makes it sing. I damped it with a cloth so I could show it to you.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Captain Bob. Its music will sing me to sleep at night.
Good morning, Miss Garland. Did you sleep well?
Oh, I heard the noise of the harp, but its sound was almost too touching and affected me painfully. You are poetical, Captain Bob, but it's too sad.
Oh, then I'll take it away. It certainly is too sad. I thought so myself.
Then how came you to think of making such a thing?
Well, to tell the truth, Miss Anne, I didn't think of it. Oh, I made it, certainly, but it was my brother John who asked me to do it just before he went away. Well, he's been gone so many months now, and I'd forgotten. Then I remembered. He's very musical, you know, and he said it would interest you. He didn't ask me to tell you, but perhaps I ought to have not taken the credit to myself.
Yes, perhaps you should.
Shall I take it away?
I think it would be as well.
Well, you know I'd do anything to please you, Miss Garland. I always think first of what would give you happiness.
Oh, not quite always, Captain Bob. There have been times when you've quite forgotten all about me.
Oh, but I hadn't seen you then for so very long. I mean, consider how many years. Oh, dear Anne. Think of when we were children. You were a queen to me then, and so you are now and always.
Oh, very pretty. And only 6 weeks since Miss Johnson left.
But the Zounds, don't say anything about that. It was a sudden sort of thing, you know.
Yes. You are very easily impressed by new faces. And that gives me a bad opinion of you. Yes, a bad opinion.
Oh, dear Miss Garland, I know I have many faults, but I'll try to mend them. Won't you let me earn your gracious favour? May I walk with you to church, Miss Anne?
If you do not walk too close.
Well, you said when I asked you before that I might walk with you.
I think it would be better if you walked behind me, Captain Bob.
Oh, I hope that my behaviour about Matilda, I mean in forgetting you a while, that, well, it would not make you wish to keep me always behind you.
Why I am so earnest not to be seen with you is that I may appear to people to be independent of you. Knowing what I do of your weaknesses, I can do no otherwise.
You hit me hard. If ever I do win you, I'm sure that I shall have fairly earned you.
You are not what you once seemed to be. I don't quite like to let myself love you. They're drilling by the church. Since the service has not started, shall we watch?
If you wish.
Why, you're all a crooking in. Which way? Dress! No, dress! Now, I hope you'll have a little patience, for I've only been in the army 3 weeks myself, and we're all liable to mistakes.
We may, that we may.
Now, tension, the whole.
Tension the whole.
Then, pose, forelocks.
Please, Sergeant, what must we do that haven't got no forelocks?
Why, you must do nothing at all but think how you'd pose them if you had them. Now then, cock, forelocks. Present. Very good. Very good. Except that some of you were a little too soon, and the rest a little too late.
That was me.
Now, upon the order, hand your cartridge, seize it, and bring it with quick motion to your mouth. Bite the top well off,
And don't swallow so much of the powder as to make you halt and spit instead of attending to your drill.
Well, it's easy for you to talk, Sergeant.
And what's that man saying in the rear rank?
Please, sir, this Anthony Cripplestraw wanted to know how he's to bite off his cartridge when he haven't a tooth left in his hand.
Why, what's your genius for war? Hold it up to your right-hand man's mouth and let him nip it off for you.
That is that.
Now, well, what have you to say, Private Tramlet? Don't you understand English?
Ask your pardon, Sergeant, but what must we infantry of the awkward squad do if Boney comes before we get our file on?
You take a pike, like the rest of the incapables. You'll find a store of them ready in the corner of the church
Dear
tower.
Bob. If only we lived further from the coast. What shall we do if Boney lands?
We have 60,000 regulars, militia reserve. With all the volunteers, there's nothing to fear. Though sometimes I fear that poor John may be killed.
Why he?
Well, he's sure to be among the first that'll have to face the invaders, and trumpeters get picked off.
There's the same chance for him as for the others.
Yes, the same chance, such as it is. You've never liked John since that affair of Matilda Johnson, have you?
What has that to do with it?
Well, as it's a ticklish time for him, would it not be worthwhile to make up any differences you have with him?
I have nothing to make up.
I own I was angry at the time with him, but since John's been gone, I found out more of his meaning and of what he really had to do with that woman's flight. Did you know that he got her to go away?
Yes, and I blame him for it. Surely you must. But what else could it have meant but that he wanted her for himself?
Well, Anne, dear, it's not a story that's fitting should be told from my lips. You must ask your mother to give you the truth. But when you know it, you'll no longer be able to blame him.
Anne. Now that I have learned the truth of the matter, I find all justice, all rectitude on your side, John, and all impertinence, all inconsiderateness on mine. I am so much convinced of your honour in the whole transaction that I shall for the future mistrust myself in everything and take an hour's time for consideration before I say that I differ from you. If I have lost your friendship, I have only myself to thank for it. But I sincerely hope that you can forgive.
Father, wake up!
Miller, wake up!
What is it? There's a light from the beacon. The French must have landed.
Oh, what's that?
They say Boney is here.
Oh, mercy on us. Where are they?
Down Budmouth way.
Mother, what is it?
The beacons are fired, Miss Anne.
What did you do?
And the women must have got the king's beer as arranged. Bob rouse, David. Tell her to put the horse in the gig.
Yes, Father.
Molly shall travel with you. I must assemble with the company.
And you, Bob, what shall you do?
Find what weapon I can and fight as best I may.
Oh, Bob, I'm afraid you'll be killed, and my mother and John and your father and all of us.
My dear little hat, that will not happen. We shall drive him into the sea after a battle or two on land. I only wish to God I'd offered myself as a sea fencible a long time back. That's where the real fighting will happen.
Anne, go and get dressed at once. Oh, I will. Oh, God bless you, Bob.
Oh, Bob, tell David he's to assemble as soon as the gig is ready.
Right, Father.
I've saddled your horse, Master Derryman.
There's no hurry.
The beacons be fired. You must leave at once.
It's possibly a false alarm.
That it is not. I see them. And listen to them bells. You may depend on it, sir. Boney's come. Oh, thank God my duty as a local don't require me to go to the front, but only valiant men like ye. If Boney could only see now, he'd know too well there is nothing to be got from such a determined, skillful officer but blows and musket balls.
Yes.
Cripplestraw, if I ride off to Budmouth and meet him, all my training will be lost. I mean, no skill is required as a forlorn hope.
Now, that's the point, sir. You would outshine them all and be picked off at the very beginning as a too dangerous brave man.
But if I stay here and urge on the faint-hearted ones, or get up into the turret stair by the gateway and pop off at the invaders through the loophole, I shouldn't be so completely wasted, should I?
You would not, Mr. Derriman. But as you were going to say next, the fire in your veins won't let you do that.
But there's another sort of fire in my veins too, Cripplestraw, that makes me draw back. 'Tis love. Oh, I must go and look for her.
A woman, sir?
Oh, I didn't want to confess it, but 'tis a woman. Strange that I should be drawn so entirely against my natural wish to rush at them.
There's the unhappy fate of being smit with the eyes of a woman, and you are unmanned. Then go to the defence of your adorable lady. Think of what you owe her at this terrible time. So cast off that wish to rush to Budmouth and go where your missus is defenceless and alone.
I will, Cripplestraw.
Yeah.
Now you put it like that. I know her plans are to go to Kingsbere with her mother.
Then you go you now there and hide with her.
Halt there, my good man!
Good evening.
Which troop are you?
The elected men.
Where have the French landed?
The French? It is the false report. Good enough.
Dash my wig. So that's how it is. Now for my little Anne. Hello. Hey, Noakes! Stubbs! Comrades!
Oh, is it? Oh, it's you, Festy.
Where you been? I've been waiting for you.
Boy, what's the news?
Have you not heard? Boney is here with his tens of thousands.
What?
And we had a right to meet him, sword in hand.
We not heard?
Oh, Noakes. Fie. You begin to look pale, man.
Hey, perhaps you look pale if you had a wife and family depending on you.
I'll take 3 frog-eating Frenchmen, single-handed.
They have as good swords as you'll soon find.
If they were 3 times armed, I'd attempt him 3 to 1. Spur on, comrades!
Perhaps when you get into battle, Derriman, and see what it's like, your courage will cool down a little.
I shall be bayoneted first. Now let's rally, and on! I'll take this way, and follow!
In a mighty hurry?
That ain't the road to Budmouth he took, be it?
No, it ain't.
Let's ask that Prussian over there.
Oh, hi. Here, Anavarian. Good evening. Which way are the French? French? There is no French. It's an false alarm. Oh. I tell your friends so. Guten Abend. So, that Festus is a liar and a cheat.
Come, let's find him, the hero.
Aye, we'll beat him black and blue with the flat of our blades if ever we catch up with him.
What is wrong with the wheel of the car?
It's your womble, Mrs. Loveday. I said to David when I last seen it, I told him that we'll do womble something terrible and we'll come loose one of these days if we don't open to
It's with it in this condition.
I don't think it's safe to go on, Mother.
We cannot turn back now with this risk of being caught by the French.
How much further is it? Must be at least another 5 miles to Kingsbere, Miss Anne. Oh, Nick! Oh, John Mark, it's the wheel! Mrs. Loveday? You all right?
Yes. Anne? Are you hurt? Molly, help me with her. She's stunned.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. What shall we do, Mom?
Oh, she's recovering. Oh, what happened? You were thrown. Must have fainted with the shock.
I'm bruised all over. There's the shepherd's cottage there, Mom. We could carry her there.
Oh, come on, then. Let us do so.
There's no one here.
Whoever it is that lives here has gone with the volunteers, most likely. Oh, lie her down there.
I'm better now, Mother.
You must be still.
Well, what are we to do now?
Well, I shall go for help.
Where?
To Kingsbere with the horse.
You cannot go on alone.
Oh, no. How else are we to get help?
But then Molly must go with you.
Aye. Then will you bolt the door when we are gone?
Yes, Mother.
Now, it may be some hours before we find help.
But I'll rest upstairs.
Very well.
Who is it?
Me! Open up!
Oh, Mr. Derriman, how came you here?
I saw the gig overturned and your mother and the servant riding away.
Then why did you not offer to help them?
I guessed you might be within.
I do not understand you.
Will you not come down and let me in?
No.
Do you not trust me?
No, Mr. Derriman.
The French have landed, you know. There's no use lurking inside there. You can open that door.
I am not.
That's my way. How can I speak with you like this? With you at the window and me outside? I'm going to ask you a question.
Then ask it from where you are.
This is about a serious matter.
What matter?
Whether you will accept my hand. Or do you wish me to throw myself at your feet? Come, madam, you are playing with me. Very well. If you don't answer, I will come up there.
You cannot climb up.
I know where there is a ladder.
Oh, you would not.
I give you my word I would. You've tried me beyond endurance. One kiss but once have been enough from you. Now I have 40, whether you will or no.
Oh, dear.
If you do not open up, I shall fetch the ladder.
I do not believe there's a ladder there.
You shall see if there is not. There is one below the corn rick. Indeed, I shall fetch it now.
What can I do? Oh, his horse. I could escape on that. Is there anyone to help me? I can cling on no longer. Oh, you! Please! Stop him! Stop him!
Anne! Oh, my dearest Anne.
Oh, Mr. Derriman, never.
What?
Oh. Why, Trumpet Major, how came you here?
Are you right?
Oh, I'm bruised only.
Will you let me help you? There.
Where are the French?
Well, there are no French. It's all been a rumour. The alarm was groundless.
But how came you to be so providentially here?
We landed at Budmouth this morning. I heard of the false alarm and was on my way to see how you'd borne the fright, but what happened?
Oh, we were on our way to Kingsbere, and then we had an accident, and then... But I cannot tell you.
Festus Derriman's at the bottom of it, isn't he? I know it was his horse. Go on, tell me, Anne.
Yes, he frightened me. Well, my mother and the maid had gone for assistance and left me to rest in a cottage. I'd been shaken by the accident. And Mr. Derriman, he besieged me there. He tried to force his way in. I had to escape from him, so I stole his horse.
Well, I'll see you home. We're not far away. And then I'll deal with that scoundrel.
Oh, please, be careful. One day he'll succeed at the hall, and it would be bad for the men if there were enmity between you.
Don't fear. You won't dare say anything about it. And I came to look for you because of that dear, sweet letter you wrote.
Yes, I did write you a letter. It was only because I was sorry I blamed you.
I'm almost glad you did, since if you'd not, the letter would not have come. Oh, I read it 50 times a day.
It is not worthy of such attention. I meant nothing by it. Oh, please, don't get into any danger on my account.
I'm not likely to get into danger with a fellow such as Festus Derriman. I'll see you soon, my dear.
Derriman! Wait! You scoundrel!
Who's there? Is that you, dear Anne? Oh, let me kiss you. Yes, oh, you will.
Shut your mouth, you pitiful blockhead. I'll teach you genteel manners to persecute a young woman in that way.
Oh!
You...
Damn it, you was it? That's me. I didn't want to hurt you, sir. It is Loveday, isn't it?
Yeah, my name's Loveday. And you'll know where to find me since we can't finish this tonight. pistols or swords, whichever way you like, my boy. Take that.
And that! Oh, God!
So that you may not forget to call upon me.
You shall not take such liberties with old Squire Jerryman's nephew, you dirty miller's son. You flower! You smart the corn! I'll call you out tomorrow morning and have my revenge!
I'll wait to hear from you.
Oh, my head! Oh, Lord!
What's happening here?
Oh, fetch me some more ale.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jerry.
I'll have you, Robert Loveday, dirty sailor. But how? I know. The press gang are here in Budmouth. I'll have him pressed for service aboard ship, that's it. And once he's at sea, the coast will be clear for me again.
Oh, my God, what a night. But there are the lights of the mill. And in a minute, I shall see my Anne. And here she is, come to look for me. And to think I doubted that I could ever win her love.
Bob? Bob? Oh, Bob, I'm so glad.
Oh, my dear, I've looked for you everywhere. Thank God you're safe.
And if it wasn't for me, he'd be married to another. But she loves him, and there's an end to it.
Jack?
Yes, Bob.
I want a word with you.
Well, what is it?
You're not happy, are you? In spite of all you pretend. I watched you just now reading a letter. It was in Anne's writing, wasn't it?
Well, what makes you think that?
I'm terribly sorry I'd done wrong.
Oh.
In courting our little Anne. Well, you see, John, she was in the same house with me, and somehow or other I made myself her beau. But I've been thinking that perhaps you had first claim on her. And if so, Jack, I'll make way for her. I don't care for her much, you know. Well, not so very much. Anne can give her up quite well. There's nothing serious between us at all.
Oh, Bob, you're mistaken. Oh, when first I saw her, I admired her, and I admire her now and like her. I like her so well that I should be glad to see you marry her.
But I've seen you looking sad, as if you were in love.
I am in love, Bob, but not with Anne.
But then with whom?
One of the actresses at the theatre in Budmouth. Now, but don't say anything of it. I don't want it known.
John's behaviour has been so strange since he returned.
Aye. And I know the reason for it.
What?
He's up to the gunnel in love. If we must try to help him on in it. He's lost his heart to one of the play actresses at Budmouth.
Oh.
And I think she slights him. Do you know, Anne, I half thought it was you John cared about. It was a weight off my heart when he said he didn't.
Did he say he didn't?
Yes, he assured me himself that the only person in the whole of his heart was this play actress.
Well, how I should like to see her.
Yeah, so should I.
I would rather it had been one of our own neighbours' girls whose birth and breeding we know of, but still, if that's his taste, I hope it will end well for him. Couldn't we get him to go to the theatre with us? And then we could watch him and find out the right one.
Oh, yes, why not? I'll speak to Jack and arrange it.
Time has come for Iphigenia to find the miracle she wrought upon my mind.
Don't talk to me.
This must be the lady. Look at him, Bob. She is much agitated. It's Matilda.
Finish your nonsense.
Matilda, an actress?
Found it. So is she the woman of his choice after all?
Oh, it's so it is a dreadful thing. Oh, come, Bob, let us leave. I can bear to stay no longer.
Robert Loveday. He's not here. I have information.
Bob.
What is it?
The press have come.
Where?
Downstairs. Talking to your father.
I felt they'd come. Who told them I was here?
Oh, there's no time to talk of that now. Now, come, hurry. Look, you get out the window.
Where should I go?
Well, you can hide beneath the bridge. They'll not look there. I'll come to you when they've gone from the village.
I'm here.
Be gone.
They'll return, you know. Standing here waiting for them to go, I've decided what I should do.
What is that?
I hear that Captain Hardy's at home, at the manor house at Possum. Well, as soon as the fleet is refitted, he'll be putting out again with Admiral Nelson, who's determined to find the French.
What of it?
I'll go and speak with him and see if he'll take me as a volunteer aboard the Victory.
You'll not leave us?
It's my duty to go. The war will soon be over. Once Nelson has found the French fleet and taught him a lesson, that'll be the end of it.
When shall you see Captain Hardy?
I go there now.
Now?
The sooner done, the better. Jack, I bought you a farewell present.
Oh. So, it's settled then?
It is. The Victory sails tomorrow. So I bought you something that you will value, and which I have no further use for.
Oh. Thank you, Bob. What is it?
It is a young woman's lock of hair.
Black?
Yes, black enough.
Whose?
Why, Matilda's.
Oh, Matilda's.
Well, whose did you think then? Jack, you are a good fellow. Now I see it all.
Oh, no, that's nothing.
You've been pretending that you care for this woman, that I mightn't blame myself for heaving you out from the other, which is what I've done without knowing it.
What does it matter?
But it does matter. I've been making you unhappy all these weeks through my thoughtlessness.
You stick to her, Bob, and never mind me. She belongs to you. She loves you. I have no claim upon her, and she thinks nothing about me.
Well, she'll list to thee when I'm away, and... Well, then mind you take her. You've more right to her than I. You chose her when my mind was elsewhere, and you best deserve her. For I've never known you forget one woman while I forgot a dozen. Take her then if she'll come, and God bless both of ye.
He left without saying goodbye, Mr. Loveday.
He was always us. You were never one for farewells and such like, were Bob.
Which way will the Victory pass?
By Portland.
I should much like to see her.
Oh, if she sails tomorrow, you'd see her go by you from Portland Bill, where you're to take the carrier early to Budmouth. She'll pass within a few miles of there, sailing for Plymouth with the frigate Euryalus, then on to Spain.
Then I'll take the carrier and see if she goes by. Sir?
What is it, my dear?
Might I look through your telescope?
But you may. You can look for me, child, and tell me what you see. For my sight is gone off lately, and things one and all be but a November mist to me. And yet I fain would see today. I am looking for the Victory.
I also.
I was a sailor once. Now I have a son aboard her. He's one of 3 from these parts.
Who are the others?
Well, other than my son Jim Cormac, there's the captain himself, Captain Hardy, and there's young Loveday from Overcombe. He that lately joined.
Then I shall look for you and tell you if I see anything.
Certainly, missus. What do you see?
I see a ship. A large ship with 3 masts.
Huh?
3 rows of guns along the side.
Huh?
And all her sails set.
I guessed as much.
There is a little flag in front over her bowsprit.
The Jack?
And there's a large one flying at her stern.
The ensign?
And a white one on her foretopmast.
That's the Admiral's flag. The flag of my Lord Nelson. What is her figurehead, my dear?
Oh, a coat of arms supported on this side by a sailor.
On the other side of that figure is a marine.
She's twisting around in a curious way. And her sails sink in like old cheeks. And she shivers like a leaf on a tree.
She is in stays for the larboard tack. Captain Hardy knows every current about here, being a native.
Oh, and now I can see the other side. It is a soldier where the sailor was before. You're sure it's the Victory?
I am sure.
Now, vanishing. But there is light twinkling in the cabin windows at the stern.
Then we see now what the enemy have seen but once. Well, 'tis a brave ship, and she carries brave men.
Now the Admiral's flag disappears. Already she's dropping over the horizon. They that go down to the sea in ships and do business in great waters.
These see the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep.
Trumpet Major, how came you here?
I've been behind you a good while, but you never turn round.
Oh, sailor, here's your telescope. Thank you.
Thank you. Has she quite gone?
Quite gone.
No.
You've come from Budmouth?
I returned there today and heard that Lord Nelson had embarked, and I knew at once that they would sail immediately.
And was there a great crowd to see them go?
There was. The Admiral took his coffin on board with him, they say.
Oh, his coffin? Oh, something terrible then is meant by that. Oh, why would Bob go on that ship, doomed to destruction from the very beginning?
It was his determination to sail under Captain Hardy and under no one else.
My son, by your face you bring bad tidings. Yet we'd news of a great victory off Cape Trafalgar.
Oh, John, what have you heard?
There was a battle, certainly, and it seems the English were the victors. But Admiral Nelson was killed. And Captain Hardy alive only by a miracle. His shoe buckle was carried off by a shot. And I fear there was heavy slaughter among the men of the Victory, which was in the thick of the action.
Do they name the killed and wounded?
There are lists, but only the officers. None for the ordinary seamen or marines.
So we cannot know what happened to Bob?
Not until the ship comes into harbour, no.
He's dead.
Oh, you must not say so.
I know it. He should not have gone.
Don't give up hope yet, dearest Anne. We must await the return of the Victory.
Mr. Loveday, there be a sailor come from the Victory. Speak with me. Use a Master Robert, sir. He says...
Show him in, show him in.
Oh, what can it be?
Come in, sir.
Maggie, I'm from aboard the Victory.
Yes, we heard. Now, what's your news?
My name's Jim Cornick, and your lad is alive and well.
Oh, thank God.
I come from Spithead to Boston, and now I'm going on to Budmouth.
And Bob hasn't got a scratch?
Not a scratch.
Oh, Lord, be praised.
Oh, we heard afore that the Victory was near knocked to pieces.
Aye, you'd say so, but you could see her. God, her sides be battered like an old penny piece. Her shot be still sticking in her whales. And as for her decks, oh, you may swab with hot water and you may swab with cold, but there's the blood stains on there, they'll bide.
We rather expected a letter from Bob before this.
Well, you must make allowances. The truth of it is he's engaged just now at Portsmouth, like a good many of the rest from our ship. It is a very nice young woman that he's a-courting of, and I make no doubt she'll be an excellent wife for him.
Courting?
That's enough, Miller.
Do you speak of Robert Loveday as courting a wife?
Oh, pardon me, miss. He'd rather have his eyes on a wife, and he deserves one. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not in the least. I'm interested, naturally. And what is she?
Oh, a very nice young master baker's daughter, Annie. A very wise choice of the young man's.
Oh, is she fair or dark?
Her hair is rather light.
Oh, I like light hair. And her name?
Her name is Caroline.
We do not care for more just at this moment.
We do care for more. Tell it all, sailor. Oh, that is a very pretty name, Caroline. When are they going to be married?
Oh, I don't know as how the day is settled, but from the rate the cotton is scudding along at, I should say it won't be long.
But if you see him when you go back, give him my best wishes and say that I'm glad to hear he's making such good use of the first days of his escape from the Valley of the Shadow of Death.
John, you worked well in the mill. It always seemed to me that you had more of a taste for it than your brother. Have you thought of leaving the army, settling down here, getting yourself a wife?
Well, I've thought of it, but it's not to be.
You know, you could win Mady Ann if you put your mind to it.
Well, you can see how she still pines for Bob in spite of all he's done to her.
She thought too much of him. 'Tis plain she's lost him. The only way she'll get over him is for another to woo her. So if you could get her, my sonny, to think less of him and a bit more of thyself, it'd be a good thing for all.
Fairness to Bob before everything.
He forgot her, and there's an end to it.
She's not forgot him.
Well, think it over. You'd make her a better husband than ever he could.
You know, he said that to me himself the last time we met.
Oh, then what you wait for?
I'll write to him, Father, and ask him if he's really given her up or if this Portsmouth girl is just another passing fancy.
You may write to him, but our Bob doesn't seem to have much of a hand for letters.
Then, if he doesn't answer, I'll no longer feel bound to him. Anne, have you ever in these last weeks thought of how it used to be between us?
Oh, John, you shouldn't begin that again. I'm almost another woman now.
Well, that's all the more reason why I should, isn't it?
I don't quite see it like that.
You feel yourself quite free, don't you?
Quite free. But you're not.
What? Oh, you mean Miss Johnson? Oh, surely you know that was all make-up.
I had an idea you were acting, but I wasn't sure.
It was never anything. I have thought over every side of it, and I'm at last sure that I don't wrong my brother. As far as he's concerned, we are both free, Anne. But if you cannot love me, liking will be well enough.
Dear John, you are so generous and good.
I'm not that. I fear I'm quite the opposite. It would be all gain to me, but you've not answered my question.
I cannot. Positively, I cannot, and I beg you to promise me not to speak of this for ever so long.
Very good. I will not worry you any more.
Well, you need not have said worry. It isn't that.
Well, I am very blind and stupid. I've been hurting your heart all the time without knowing it. It is my fate, I suppose. Men who love women the very best always blunder and give more pain than those who love the less.
No one loves me as well as you, John. Nobody in the world is as worthy to be loved, and yet I cannot love you rightly. But I do so feel for you that I will try as hard as I can to think about you.
Well, that is something. I may live in hope. You say I must not speak about it again for ever so long. How long?
No, that's not fair.
I'm so glad, my honey, to see you and Jack together so often.
We're bound to see each other when the mill is whole for both of us.
Oh, no, you know what I mean. Oh, it would please me so, my dear little girl, if you could get to like him better than that weathercock Master Bob. Now, can't you? Come now.
Oh, how you all beset me. Why would it please you so much?
John is as steady and staunch a fellow as ever blown a trumpet. And you be not indifferent, be you, my sweet? I saw you t'other day, when that cattle tipped over and he burnt himself in saving you from a scalding.
His hand will not be well for a long time. He thought not of himself at all.
But you think of him now, don't you, my dear?
Oh, I do indeed think of him quite differently.
I tell thee, John, now's thy chance. She as plain as said she loves you. Now suddenly you play cool with her. Well, that's not the way to win her. Don't you want to make her yourn?
I love her dearly, but I can't, because of her, forget the only brother I've ever had, and whom I've loved ever since you were a baby.
Ah, but he's forgot her.
No, Father. I've had a letter from him, in which he says that his heart has now returned to its true anchor, and that he never really loved the young woman in Portsmouth, and that all his hopes of happiness lie with Anne. He also asked me, as a brother, to guide her back to him. Well, what else can I do?
John, I'm so glad to see you. My walks have been sadly alone of late.
Oh, it's quite by accident that we meet. I thought you was at home.
Well, this used to be a favourite walk of mine. Have you been this way before?
I? A church once stood here.
Yes. I've often shaped it out in my mind. This must have been the altar.
Yes.
Hundreds of people have been made man and wife just here in past times.
Yes. This field used to be a village, you know. My grandfather would call to mind when there were houses here. But the squire pulled them down because poor folk were an eyesore to him.
Do you know, John, what you once asked me to do?
In what sort of way?
In the matter of my future life and yours.
I'm afraid I don't.
John Loveday.
I do remember.
Well, need I say more? Isn't it sufficient?
It would be sufficient, but...
Well, that summer you asked me 10 times if you asked me once. I'm older now, much more of a woman, you know. And my opinion is changed about some people. Especially about one.
Oh, Anne. Yet I've been thinking that men of the military profession perhaps should not marry. They should be like St. Paul, you know.
Why, John! Pretending religion. It isn't that at all, is it? It's Bob.
Well, I have heard from him again. He's back once more and promoted lieutenant and appointed to a sloop that only cruises on our own coast. So he'll be at home on leave half his time, and he'll be a gentleman someday and worthy of you.
You know how it is between us.
But that was long ago.
I wish to hear no more of it.
But Anne...
No more. Do not speak of it. It is finished.
Oh, Anne. Dear Robert, I write these few lines to let you know that if you want Anne Garland, you must come at once, or she will be gone. Gone. Somebody else wants her, and she wants him. It is your last chance. Now, Bob, do the best you can for yourself. I've done all I can. But there's my work cut out, I can tell you.
I wouldn't have run such a risk for the world. But I didn't think there was any danger, knowing that you was taking care of and keeping my place warm for me. I didn't hurry myself, that's true, but think I, if I get this promotion I'm promised, I shall naturally have leave, and then I'll go and see 'em all. Gad, I shouldn't have been here now but for your letter.
Oh, you little think what risks you've run.
Whatever you do, Jack, don't say a word about this other girl. Well, I suppose Anne never caught a capful of wind from that quarter.
She knows it all.
Knows? Oh, by George, then I'm ruined.
That's what I meant by saying it would be a hard battle for her.
I don't deserve that woman.
I thought as much myself. But it depends on how thou behave in the future.
John, I'll be a new man. I solemnly swear I'll never look at another woman with the thought of marrying her whilst that darling is free. It's a lucky thing that I'm slipped in on the quarterdeck. May help me with it, eh?
It may help with her mother. I don't think it'll make much difference with Anne.
Miss Anne, will you not let me help you?
No, thank you. I can manage by myself and would prefer to.
But I'm afraid the berries will stain your pretty hands.
I wear gloves.
Ah, if that's a plan I should never have thought. But I'm so fond of your mother's elderberry wine that I'd like to help. May I not?
Oh, very well, you may help me, but you're to take the next tree.
You know, this reminds me of the time when I used to be aloft, clinging to a yard not much bigger than this tree stem, in the mid-Atlantic, and thinking about you. I could see you in my fancy as plain as I see you now.
Me or some other woman?
No. I'll protest that I did not think of anybody but you all the time we were dropping down Channel, all the time we were off Cadiz, all the time through battles and bombardments. I seem to see you in the smoke, and thinks I, if I go to Davy's locker, what will she do?
You didn't think that when you landed after Trafalgar.
Well, now, that was a curious thing. You'll hardly believe it, but when a man is away from the woman he loves best in the world, I mean, he can have a sort of temporary feeling for another without disturbing the old one, which flows along under the same as ever.
I can't believe it. I won't.
Oh, but dear Anne, you must try to forgive me, really, you must. I love you best than anybody in the wide, wide world. Try to forgive me, come.
Oh,
I don't like you, Bob. I don't. I did once, but I don't now. I can't. I can't. You've been very cruel to me.
I have been terribly bad, I know, but if you could only forgive me, I promise I'll never do anything to grieve you again. Do you forgive me, Anne?
No.
Very well, then. Now I know my doom. And whatever you hear of as happening to me, mind this, you cruel girl, that it's all your causing.
Oh, Bob, what do you mean? Oh, don't go like this.
You're driving me away from my home, depriving my father of both his sons. For John, as you know, is off to the peninsula to join Sir Arthur Wellesley in his campaign. And I, too, shall go to fight, but this time I shall take no heed for my life.
Oh, Bob, why must you make it seem as if I have no heart? How can I bear it if I feel I'm sending you to your death? How can I forgive myself?
Then why won't you forgive me, dear Anne? Can't we make it up?
If you promise not to frighten me again by making such dreadful threats, when I show you how badly you serve me...
I promise you. I'm yours, obedient. In anything.
Well then, if you show good behaviour for 6 months and show that you really have repented, then...
Then will you give me your pardon?
I will.
Anne, my dear, there you be. We feared that you'd missed John. He's come to say goodbye. Bob, there was a word I wanted to have with you about the mill.
Well, why? What about it?
Come this way, please.
I would not have wished to have missed you, but I thought you were going to look in again before leaving.
No, I find I cannot. Goodbye.
John, I must tell you something. You were wise in not taking me at my word that day. I was greatly mistaken about myself. Gratitude is not love, though I wanted to make it so for a time. You don't call me thoughtless for what I did.
My dear Anne, don't let yourself be troubled. What happens is for the best. Soldiers are here today and there tomorrow. Who knows that you won't hear of my attentions to some Spanish maid before the month is out? What, 'tis the way of us, you know. Oh, a soldier's heart is not worth a week's purchase. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, John.
One word, brother. It's all right, Jack, my dear fellow. She has today agreed to bestow her hand upon me at the end of 6 months.
Dear Bob, I'm happy for you. Be worthy of her.
Of course. Goodbye, Jack. Goodbye.
Come, my son. Let me kiss you goodbye. Come back safe to us soon.
The candle held by his father shed its waving light upon John's face and uniform, as, with a farewell smile, he turned on the doorstone, backed by the black night. And in another moment he had plunged into the darkness, the ring of his smart step dying away from the bridge, as he went off to blow his trumpet till silenced forever upon one of the bloody battlefields of Spain.
In The Trumpet Major by Thomas Hardy, dramatized by Michael Kittermaster, the part of John Loveday was played by Ian Holm, Bob by Gareth Thomas, and Anne by Rosalind Ayres. Miller Loveday, Christopher Benjamin, Mrs. Garland, Diana Bishop. Festus Derriman, Michael Atwell, Cripplestraw, Peter Woodthorpe. Matilda Johnson, Nicolette Mackenzie. The Old Sailor, Anthony Jacobs. Jim Cornick, Peter Craze. With Anne Rosenfeld, David Ashford, Douglas Blackwell, David Cann, Michael Goldie, and Michael Harper. The trumpeters were from the band of the Blues and Royals. The songs were arranged by Mary Nash. The play was produced and directed by Jane Morgan.
The Monday Play.
We present Rachel Gurney, Noel Johnson, and Patricia Gallimore in Holiday in Spala by Royce Wrighton, adapted for broadcasting by Alison Plowden. The action of the play takes place in the hall of a small shooting lodge in Poland called Spala, a pleasant retreat for Nicholas II, Tsar of Russia, and his wife and children. It is October 1912, and the imperial family have just arrived to spend a quiet holiday. Holiday in Spala.
Oh, what a journey! It's always worth it. Of all our homes, I think I love this one the best.
There's a great deal to do, children. Your mother doesn't like it being left to the servants.
Is Mamma here already, Papa?
Not yet. They won't be long, though. I'll just go and see if there's any sign of them.
Tanya, how is Alexei? Oh, better, I think. Anyway, that is what Mamma said at luncheon. Mamma always says that. Quick, where can I hide? Oh, Sophie's after me.
Anastasia Nikolaevna! Oh, there you are. Now, don't run away. You must decide what toys you want upstairs. Come along. You must learn to help. There's such a lot to do.
Mamma is here, children.
Oh, Your Majesty.
We're not at Sasko Isalo now, Sophie. Here we are like everyone else. One curtsy a day will do.
Be careful. Don't wake His Highness Derivenko. Take care. Now, there's a suitcase. My darlings, the precious lamb is sleeping. That proves he's better. Up the stairs now. Mind, be careful. That's it. Sophie, go with them.
Of course, Your Majesty.
I've arranged, beloved, for Alexei to have the west room. You know how he likes to look out over the forest. Our journey was quite smooth. Is there any post? Is there any news from the Starets?
No.
Oh, he promised to write every day.
The post.
But you are the Tsar. Have you spoken to Olga yet?
There was no time.
Were you not alone with her in the first carriage?
Anastasia was with us.
Oh, she is a monkey. I told her not to.
His Imperial Highness is awake, Your Majesty.
I'll come at once. Oh, why do we always have so much luggage? There are 1,000 things in the carriage. Girls, do try to help.
Yes, Mamma.
Speak to Olga, my precious. It is unfair not to prepare her. You postpone too much.
Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has telegraphed...
In a moment, Fredericks. First, I have to see my son. Besides, we're on holiday. I will deal with the telegrams later.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, there you are, Olga Nikolaevna. We were wondering where you were.
I've been trying to keep out of Papa's way. Anastasia, you're not to leave me alone with him.
It's more and more difficult.
Why, is Cousin Missy coming?
With Cousin Carol, too.
I wonder.
They tell me he's very handsome.
No chin, of course.
Oh, but with an excellent figure.
I think you are both unspeakably vulgar.
The Romanian family are very strange. Queen Elisabetta is definitely eccentric. Olga will fit in quite admirably.
Tatiana Nikolaevna, you really must learn the difference between fatuity and humour. They are not at all the same.
Oh.
In any case, you should all be on my side, because let me tell you, if I don't win, I shall not be the only loser. You three will lose as well. Oh, it's all very well making vulgar jokes about Carol and having a fit of the giggles every time I'm called Highness. When you are 17, you will be Highnesses too.
Oh, Olga.
And what's more, if you don't watch out, you'll all be married off before you know it. You should be my ally.
Girls, now stop all this giggling and chatter. There's such confusion in the Great Hall. You really must help me. It's all very well Her Majesty living here simply with only one lady-in-waiting, but what it means is that the lady-in-waiting, who's always me, does all the work. And as for you girls... Oh, I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Only I'm so used to always thinking...
Will you stop? I know I am not particularly clever, but sometimes I seriously think I have all the brains of the family.
Her Highness is quite right. Now, Tanya Nikolaevna, will you see about the trunks? And do not let Ivan bring them through this way. He can use the back staircase. He's just lazy.
It's quicker through here.
The blessed air must not be disturbed. Oh. Marie Nikolaevna, your mother wants one of you girls to go to the kitchens and see the staff there. And Her Majesty said to be sure to remember that Sonia Gorgievna has rheumatism.
Which one is she?
The fat one.
No one is ever fat, Anastasia. Plump is the word to use, and if you are absolutely forced to, you may put the adverb very in front of it, but only if you are absolutely forced to.
Sonia Georgievna is very, very plump indeed. Come along, Marie, you'll see what I mean.
Oh, very.
My Majesty wants you, Sophie.
Majesty.
Olga, one moment.
Yes, Papa?
Come into the study. I want to talk to you.
How is Alexei, Papa?
Very bright. When he chatters away so gaily, it is difficult to remember he is ever ill. Mamma is delighted with his progress. She believes Spala will complete his convalescence.
And after his convalescence, will he be well then?
We can only pray so. The starets, before he went to Siberia, said he would be.
Why do they call him Rasputin? It means debauched one, doesn't it?
Who told you that?
I overheard 2 diplomats talking at the reception you and Mamma gave for the diplomatic corps.
The starets is called Rasputin after his father, who was debauched, I believe. To be called after one's ancestors is quite normal. Surnames derive from that custom.
Oh, I see. If only Alexei would really become absolutely well, then Mamma herself would get better. I'm sure it is the constant worry that makes...
Olga, I did not call you in here to talk about Alexei, nor about Mamma.
No, Papa.
You have been avoiding me.
Yes, Papa.
May I ask why?
There is something you wish to discuss with me, and
I do not wish to discuss it at all. I have to. However, to reach a decision takes me far longer than most people because my problems are so complex and immense. I am ruler, not of a compact country like Germany, nor of a far-flung empire ruled by a parliament as George is. No one else on earth has my problems. Consequently, no one else on earth understands them. I am ruler of an enormous country, which is backward. It would be quite simple to order this and that, to ride roughshod over everyone, to enforce new regulations, but then, what would happen to the spirit of Russia?
It would be destroyed.
Exactly. You see, Olga, this is not what I wanted to talk about at all.
Do go on, Papa. It's so interesting.
I merely mentioned all this to show you how very complicated all my problems are.
I see that. And, of course, Cousin Willie and Cousin George...
Even my family situation is complicated compared with theirs. We have to talk about your own personal future, and we have to talk now about your marriage, Olga.
Mamma promised me once I would not be forced.
Nor will you be. You know Cousin Missy and her son Carol are coming here.
Yes.
Before you reject him out of hand, there are various aspects of the matter I wish you to consider. Carol is Orthodox. Thus you will not have to change your religion. Missy is cousin to both Mamma and myself. Thus you would still be within the family. Your in-laws will not be strangers. Romania is not far away. Mrs. husband is a Prussian, it is true, but Missy is English, her mother Russian. She is only crown princess now, but there are no 2 opinions about it. She is going to be the one who counts when they come to the throne.
But Papa...
Furthermore, the Romanians are pro-French, and we are allied to France. This means that Missy will succeed in swinging Romania into the Franco-Russian orbit. The Romanian desire to be allied to us will enable me to make a most favorable marriage contract.
Papa...
Let me finish. We will be able to arrange a proper independent income. A minimum number of visits to us will be guaranteed. Missy is most sympathetic to this point.
Minimum number?
2 or even 3 a year.
I am a Russian. You have brought me up to be Russian, Papa. 2 or 3 visits, 5 or even 6, what does it matter? I want to live here all my life. I want to die here. More important, Papa, I want to work here. You tell me constantly there is so much to be done. We want to help you, all of us. Tanya, Marie, even little Anastasia. I'd sooner live forever in Vladivostok and never see you at all, because Vladivostok is in Russia, even though it's a fortnight's journey from St. Petersburg.
There are more ways than one of serving Russia. I need friends abroad. When you are older, I can explain exactly what I am doing to you and why. If you live abroad, you can explain to others. Believe me, you can serve Russia well in Romania.
Oh, Papa,
you talk of never marrying. You are 17. Very, very young. Your mother thinks too young, and I agree, but there are so few princes suitable. We do not want to lose the one who is, do we? You will one day want children, a husband. It's a law of nature.
But you loved Mamma.
You fought for years to marry her. Aunt Olga told me.
That sister of mine talks too much.
You wanted to marry her. No one told you to.
Olga, my darling, your mother and I were lucky. We met when she was still a child, and we fell in love at once, long before anyone was thinking in terms of marriage for either of us. Consequently, I knew my heart and mind when certain suitable princesses were suggested to me. Our case is exceptional. But love can come after marriage. You cannot marry a subject none is suitable. A German marriage would not be popular. A Catholic husband would entail too many religious complications.
But if I actively dislike Carol...
That is a different matter. Then, of course, you must not marry him. The Romanians insist on the visit, and in view of Carol's age, it is a reasonable request. We felt you could not meet him unprepared and without understanding the issues involved. What I want you to do is to keep an open mind. Give yourself a chance to like him. Now run along. Send Fredericks to me. He wants me to sign papers.
Yes, Papa.
You've been talking to Olga.
How is your back, little wifey?
It hurts, lovey dear. But now Alexei is well. Everything is bearable.
Sit here, my precious. My ray of sunshine.
My Nicky.
My Alex. Does my little Sonny love me?
Sonny can't live without her big, strong husband always near her. But Sonny is unhappy about her Olga. She can't bear the thought of any of her chickens leaving the nest.
We can't have them with us forever.
No, of course not. But Romania and that awful, pretentious, flighty Missy.
Missy is very beautiful and very clever and Russia's friend.
She's as clever as paint and as false. If she wants to be our friend, it's because it suits her. You're too trusting, Nicky.
Missy is too flamboyant, I know, but you don't know her. I do. She was always here when she was a girl, and I got to know her very well. With all her faults, she's very good-hearted.
No doubt. She's certainly not as good as she should be. The Romanian court is immoral, and she made it so, not old King Carol and Queen Elisabetta.
You think every court is immoral?
They are. No one dare mention what goes on in Vienna and Berlin. Grandmama, Queen Victoria, kept a respectable court, and I was brought up in it. And why was it respectable? Because her attendants were simple, good people. Like John Brown, yeoman stock, peasants. It's from the simple people we get our support. All monarchies do. I wish Olga would marry a peasant.
You know that's impossible.
Yes, I know. But we should wait until she's older. Then she'll be able to give a proper lead to whatever court she goes to.
We need friends abroad. And with Romania small and poor and eager for this alliance, we can dictate our own matrimonial treaty.
I see all that, really, I do. But let us at least go into this with our eyes open. Missy will not be the ideal mother-in-law. I have agreed that Carol and Olga be given the opportunity to meet and know each other, but no more. If she doesn't love him, that is the end of that.
Not quite. We were lucky. We met and fell in love on sight. Can we reasonably expect such luck for all our children? No. All I am asking of you is that this Romanian marriage is put to Olga as a reasonably attractive proposition.
But Missy is immoral. It's common knowledge.
Oh, it's common knowledge that you are the Kaiser's secret envoy at my court.
Oh, lovey, the comparison is absurd.
They are both founded on gossip. You fell in love with me when you were 12. Olga's 17. We must think about her future.
Think about it, yes. Not decide it.
Your Majesty sent for me.
Ah, yes, Fredericks.
I know you have business to attend to. I must go and see what the girls are doing.
Mama.
Olga, my dearest. Where are the others?
Marie and Anastasia are in the kitchen. Tanya is seeing to the unpacking. Mama, I do not want to leave Russia.
My precious.
Not at any rate until Alexei is perfectly well.
Alexei will be perfectly well very soon.
Oh, yes, I know, Mama.
There are no buts. I have been promised. You must have faith, too. Only faith can bring about it. We will talk a little about your future. Your father doesn't understand how I depend upon you, my darling. Perhaps I am selfish.
Oh, no, Mamma.
He spoke to you at my insistence.
He said he did.
I am torn in two. I wish with all my heart I was not Empress. Yet we are here by God's wish. We are the Lord's anointed. We must do our duty. Believe me, I want you to have the joy of children and marriage, and yet I cannot bear to think of you going. Foreign courts are not like our court. You're only 17, and if you were to go away now, you would not easily avoid the temptations of society. Oh, I know I fell in love very young, but I was over 20 before I actually married. You're a child. A child. But, of course, Papa wants you to meet Carol, so you must. We must do as he says. If only when Alexei was ill, he was not in such pain. That is what I cannot bear. I feel you understand that. But it will pass. The Holy One, the Starette, says it will pass.
Sophie, dear, the rooms are ready.
The Crown Princess and Prince Carol are bringing such a big suite with them.
It's done to impress us. Uncle Bertie, the King of England, once said, the smaller the prince, the bigger the suite.
2 ladies in waiting and a query each, and... Oh, where are your sisters?
Rehearsing. They're doing a play for Mamma and Papa. It will be part of the entertainment for the reception we're to give the Polish magnates. Mamma doesn't want to give it, but Papa insisted.
Well, some sort of party must be given for the Romanians.
Mamma wouldn't let me be in the play. She said I was too old.
Oh, what a shame.
Not a bit of it. I'm radiant with relief. That's the one thing about growing up I do enjoy, not acting. I could never learn my lines. I find it difficult enough to remember who all my relations are. There are so many. Sophie.
Highness.
Oh, please go on calling me Olga.
You must get used to your position.
I'm not looking forward to this Romanian visit at all. Nor is Mamma.
The Crown Princess is very beautiful. I remember seeing her once in a dress of peacock feathers. It was fantastic. Lovely, of course, but not Her Majesty's style at all.
Her sister, Ducky, the Grand Duchess Kirill, was once married to my Uncle Ernest.
You're too young to remember that.
They divorced, didn't they?
The moment Queen Victoria, their grandmother, died, she had made the marriage. It was at your Uncle Ernest's wedding to, excuse me, Highness, Ducky, that your parents got engaged.
Mamma says to divorce is wicked.
And it is.
But if you married without love, what can you do?
Olga. I mean, Your Highness.
I'm restless. I cannot settle to anything. I feel as if the world were all waiting for my decision. How can I decide? Oh, it will be quite easy if we fall in love on sight, as Mamma and Papa did, or hate each other on sight. But what if we only like each other? Like can turn into anything. Love or hate or just nothing. I mean, presumably Ducky and Uncle Ernie liked each other, yet look what happened.
Your aunt was wrong to leave her husband. There was a child, and she had a duty to her position.
Position? That's another thing. I don't want to be queen.
What?
Oh, God! Alexei! Oh, God, Alexei! Christ have mercy on us.
Alexei is ill again!
Quick! Where is Dr. Botkin? Tanya, go and find the doctor. Quickly, run!
No, the doctor is outside already. He heard Alexei screaming. Oh, it's awful. Can't anything be done?
Help your Mamma. Girls, help your Mamma. God has sent this cross to her because she's a saint, a martyr, but he will not desert her. Oh, God of Russia, look down upon the blessed air. Have mercy on him. Have mercy on us all.
Quiet, please.
What can we do, Doctor?
Oh, keep calm, Your Highness. Keep calm. It is imperative.
Carry him gently. Hush, girls, it will be all right. Send for the Tsar. Alexei, my love, Mamma won't leave you. Telegraph the Starette, somebody. Telegraph at once. Hush, my darling. It will stop soon.
Marie, Tanya, go on rehearsing. Life must go on as if everything is normal. Mamma insists.
What can we do? The reception on Saturday.
It will be held, Sophie. It must be held. Mamma will insist. No one must know how ill Alexei is. No one. No one.
Come along. I'll call you if you're needed, little ones. Now help Mama by being brave.
Yes, Olga.
You must carry on as if nothing had happened. He will have to be moved to a more remote room.
Yes.
Oh, Sophie, he was better. Mama was happy. Why? Why does this have to happen?
Alexei.
Yes, Papa.
Is it bad?
Very.
Leave us, Sophie. Go to Her Majesty.
Your Majesty.
What happened? Did he fall?
I don't know. Papa, why? Why does this happen? What is this illness? No one explains.
No one explains because no one can. The blood does not clot. Hemophilia. But why it happens, no one knows. No one. Nor can they do anything. Not a thing. A bruise bleeds internally, everlastingly swelling joints, twisting limbs, causing this pain. You ask me why and how it happens. Don't ask me. Ask God.
He was so gay. He was so much better. He begged to go for a drive. We cannot keep him a prisoner, so we went. He was chatting away. I was happy. We went over a bump in the road, and then the bleeding started.
Where?
The groin. There's a swelling. It's enormous already, like a cricket ball. The pain is terrible. I could do nothing. We went faster to get home quickly, then slowly because the carriage rocked and bumped so, and all the time he screamed. Our Alexei, our only son. My love, my soul, my reason for living. He was calling for me to help him, and I could do nothing. Oh, God in heaven, why can I do nothing? Listen to my prayers. Oh, Christ, come down from the cross and save us. I held him in my arms. I kissed him. I smiled at him. I tried to give him courage.
My love. My sonny. My wonderful little wife.
Send for the Starets. I know you do not altogether trust him, but you are wrong.
Alex, the doctors do not trust him.
Send for him.
I cannot. There are rumors.
Our little boy wants to die. Send for the Starets. Send for the Holy One.
Yes, Alex. Yes, I promise.
Only the Holy One can save our son for us.
I sometimes think we are doomed, and that God cannot love us, or Russia.
So nice and warm out here on the terrace. Now, Olga dear, come and sit down and we can have our little talk.
Yes, Cousin Missy.
Your sisters are rehearsing, your mother is with Alexei, and Carol is out shooting with your dear papa. By the way, how is Alexei?
He gets these bad headaches. Growing pains, the doctor says.
Your parents have explained the situation to me.
What situation?
That you yourself shall decide what to do should my son propose. We, too, have left the decision to him.
Oh, yes, I see.
Why I wanted to see you alone for a while, my dear, was to tell you I understand so well your fears and hesitations. In a way, it was better for princesses when they were just married off as pawns in the game of state.
You feel that?
I do indeed. Of course, it was not easy even then. And I didn't think that way when it happened to me. I was very, very unhappy when I was married off to the Crown Prince. Oh, he was not unkind to me, no, never. But he did not understand a young girl. He did not understand I had to be free. I had spent many happy childhood years in Malta, free as a wild pony, and those years were only just left behind. And there I was, married to a Potsdam army officer, Crown Prince of Romania. It was like being in prison. But of course I had to make no decision. I did as I was told. I had no doubt whatever that I had to do my duty. And you, I know, my dear, are full of doubts.
Yes, Cousin Missy, I am, I'm afraid.
My sister and I were the last princesses to be married off in that way. With me and the Crown Prince it worked. With Ducky and your Uncle Ernest it did not. There are reasons, my dear, for both the success and the failure. God blessed me with children. My sister was not so fortunate. In Romania, a backward Balkan country, only just a kingdom, there was a great deal of work to do.
The children and the work brought my husband and me together. No children and no work kept Ducky and her husband apart. I cannot promise you children, that is in God's hands. But I can promise you work, and hard work, too. We are pioneers in Romania. We are building a country, just as they are in the outposts of civilization in South Africa and America. The present king and queen are infirm. It is clearly only a little while before my husband becomes king. To all intents and purposes, you will be in exactly the same position I was in when I married. You will be the only princess. Carol has such plans for Romania, and for those plans he needs a wife prepared to dedicate herself to his country.
What sort of work?
Hospitals to be built, schools to be started, roads made. Romania has only been independent a few years, and the Turks did nothing. So we have to make up for lost time. Oh, there is so much to do. If you decide to join hands with Carol, I do not want you to think you are in for a life of ease. Far from it. Work and more work. That is what we offer you.
But that's what I want, Cousin Missy. That's what Mamma has trained me for. When we get back to Tsarskoye, I shall start training to be a nurse.
That's wonderful. I, too, am a trained nurse. But royalty has to do another job besides nursing. A job no one else can do. We have to help our country abroad and inspire our people at home. We have to open schools, inspect factories, tour farming districts, give receptions, go out and about, all very boring to read in the newspapers when it's about a town or another part of the country not your own. But it is not boring to all the people of that particular town. It is thrilling. We have to make it thrilling. In Russia, with its 300-year-old dynasty, no doubt the Tsar and his wife can afford the strict seclusion of your parents. But in Romania, that would be impossible.
Excuse me, Your Royal Highness.
Indeed.
Her Majesty wants to see you, Your Highness.
Oh, forgive me, Cousin Missy. And thank you. Thank you so much.
What a charming girl, Baroness.
I think so too, ma'am.
The reception is tomorrow, is it not?
Tomorrow. It's all very exciting. The little Grand Duchesses plan an entertainment.
Ah, they're so delightful, the four sisters. I was one of four sisters, too. Seeing them all together like this reminds me so much of my own childhood, my own youth. They have the same joie de vivre, the same ardent faith as we had. Only they have an air of strain I have not noticed before.
Their parents are very upset by the political situation in Russia, all these strikes and student riots. They are such a devoted family that the children are affected perhaps more than they should be by such worries. Anyway, the Tsar and Prince Carol have had a lovely day for their shooting.
Yes.
Missy, dear.
Alice.
I'm so sorry I interrupted your tete-a-tete with Olga, but there was a domestic contretemps, and I depend on Olga so much. I declare she's my right hand now. So calm, so sensible, not at all flighty or keen on society. But we have had so little time for a chat, you and I. We must exchange news about our sisters, and I've been longing to consult you about the garden. But first I must just have a word with Sophie. Quickly, Sophie. Get a message to His Majesty. Alexei is worse. The doctors can do nothing.
Yes, Highness.
I liked Olga so much, Alex.
She's a dear girl. So quiet. Tell me, when were you last in dear old England?
Last year.
Of course. You attended George's coronation. Did you stay in Buckingham Palace?
We are having such difficulties, Mamma. Why shouldn't I wear a red dress? Because it will look awful and will clash with the furniture.
Children, not so loud.
But I like red. Why can't you change the furniture? Oh, Mamma, you must decide. Come and look.
In a moment. Missy and I were talking.
Show Cousin Missy your dance, Anastasia.
Oh, yes. If she likes it, can I do it not only in the first scene, but in the second as well?
No.
Were you quarrelling about the dance, too? My sisters and I never quarrelled.
Oh, we did, Alex.
Cousin Missy, I must show you my dance. Oh, there's not room here. Come down to the lawn.
All right.
Come on.
Don't pull so hard. What is it, Tanya?
Come at once, Mamma. Alexei is calling for you.
Baroness, Your Majesty.
Yes? Yes, what is it, Dr. Bodkin?
He's calling his mother. I sent you with an urgent message.
I couldn't deliver it myself, Doctor. I got their highnesses to tell their mother.
Are you out of your mind? The boy is critically ill.
With the Romanian here, I can't pop in and out like a jack-in-a-box. She'll suspect something's up. I'm not at all sure she's not suspicious already.
But where is the Empress? If she got my message, why didn't I pass her in the corridor?
She went the other way.
But in God's name, why? It's longer.
With the Romanians here, she daren't run up and down the staircase. On the other hand, once she's out of that door, she can fly like the wind and no one will see her.
Oh, surely the parents must know there are already rumours. It can't be kept hidden from the world forever.
It must. You don't understand her. She knows there is gossip against her. She cannot publicly admit that she has failed to produce a healthy son. Her enemies will make capital.
The reception tomorrow must be cancelled.
It won't be. How can it be? What will she say to the Crown Princess? What excuse can she give? If there are rumours about the boy, any excuse, however plausible, will be seen as just that. An excuse to hide the real, terrifying truth. Everyone is coming. Count Fredericks is already here. The Pototskis, the Radzivills, the Viceroy. They can't be put off without a valid reason, a reason of state. So the reception must be held. I have never admired Her Majesty more.
Yes, no doubt. You know, of course, it will destroy her.
Never.
You cannot exercise such constant self-control in public when your emotions are being torn to shreds without it having a permanent effect on you. I saw His Majesty coming up the drive. It is imperative I see him the moment he comes in.
Keep your voice down. It's imperative. We are discreet.
Baroness, we approach the crisis. Dr. Fyodorov must be called.
He is abroad.
Dr. Deryavenko wants him called at once. If we can keep the boy alive until he gets here...
How is my son?
I must prepare you, sir. We approach a crisis. We hope to surmount it, but Dr. Deryavenko wants Dr. Fyodorov called in.
Get him.
He is abroad, sir.
Where?
Berlin.
A telegram.
Of course. But how can it be worded? No one must know.
The embassy.
No one at all. Not the people. No one.
Your Majesty.
Aha, Carol, come in. Come in. You have met Dr. Bodkin?
No, sir.
Your Highness.
I was just telling the doctor what splendid shooting we have had. Such a pity I was called away. When you are king, you will understand how affairs of state intrude. But you are no doubt exhausted and would like a bath.
Your Majesty is too kind. Actually, I was looking for my mother, and one of the footmen said she was in the garden.
My dear boy, you cannot go to your mother looking as dishevelled as that. You must go and have a bath and tidy yourself.
A bath? Very well, Your Majesty. I will see you again presently.
We will have tea soon. Very soon. And if we telegraph urgently to Berlin, the whole world will know.
We must do it via the embassy. Fyodorov is the greatest expert. Deryavenko wants to call in others. It is essential, Your Majesty, that we act with all possible speed. Grand Duke Alexei cannot be protected forever. One day he will have an attack of bleeding in public, then the shock to the whole country...
Never, never. You doctors know nothing. You've none of you been able to help my sister and her sons, or the Queen of Spain with hers, and you can't help my son. And why? Because you are ignorant. We will not have to keep it secret forever, only until he gets well. Only until he gets well.
He may not get well.
Kindly leave my presence. You are not needed anymore, neither you nor your services. The Grand Duke will get well. Father Gregory promised me.
Rasputin. Madam, he is a charlatan, a quack.
He is a saint. Why cannot we contact him, Nicky? He is in Siberia, part of your empire. We have telegraphed again and again. What is the Minister of the Interior doing? What is the Minister of Communications doing? There is a conspiracy to prevent us contacting the Holy One. And why? Because he is a peasant, a simple man of the people. And the court and government are frightened of the people, but we are not. We love them and they love us. And God has sent one of them to save our son, just as he sent his own son to save the world. Why should not we contact the Holy One? He has been sent to save our son. Nicky, dismiss all the doctors, all of them.
Be careful, Missy's coming.
Oh, Missy, dear. Alex. Now, shall we have some tea?
Lovely.
Tanya, go and call Olga and Marie. Sophie, tell them we'll have tea out on the terrace. It's too hot to be actually in the garden, but we can see all the flowers from there. You were telling me about George's coronation.
Oh, yes.
From all accounts, darling May looks simply beautiful. hate these receptions. Having to be polite to fools who stare and gossip and carry wicked, malicious tales about us.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Sophie, as soon as you can, go and bring me the latest report.
Yes, ma'am.
The Princess Radziwill, Your Majesty.
Princess Radziwill, ma'am.
Sophie, slip away now. Princess.
Votre Majesty.
Speak in Russian, please.
Your Majesty.
We are so enjoying our visit to Poland.
We are honored, ma'am, by your presence.
The weather has been lovely.
Polish autumns are famous for their beauty.
Your husband is in good health, I hope?
He made a splendid recovery from his operation. I trust His Majesty as well, and the little...
Very well indeed. The Tsar enjoys the shooting.
Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess...
Don't announce me, my dear Count. There's no need. Alex, dear, you look lovely.
So do you, Missy. I find these receptions fatiguing.
Oh, but I enjoy them. People are so nice. The secret of a happy life is to enjoy everything. Do you know, I really think Carol and Olga are becoming fond of each other. They dance together so beautifully. Oh, there's Betka. Betka? Oh, do excuse me, Alex, but I must have a word with Betka.
Well,
Your Majesty,
it's bad. I can escape for a moment. Stand by the door and ward people off whilst I go upstairs.
Alex, my dearest, you must talk to Prince Yusupov.
The news is bad.
Oh, Sonny.
Why have we not heard from the Holy One?
We have telegraphed again and again. Perhaps he is in a retreat.
You must listen to me. The government does not want us to contact him, neither do the doctors. We are surrounded by enemies. I cannot talk to Prince Yusupov. His son hates the Starets. And we all know from police reports that young Prince Yusupov is a degenerate.
Prince Yusupov is my governor of Moscow, a most important and influential man, and you cannot snub him.
I must go to Alexei. You talk to him.
I cannot. Carol very reasonably wants to understand his position, and I must have a word with him now. He's waiting for me.
Prince Yusupov.
Prince.
Your Majesty.
We are so enjoying our visit to Poland. The weather has been lovely.
Unusually so, I believe. My father hopes that when you next visit the Crimea, you will do us the honor of dining with us.
Your wife is in good health, I trust.
Excellent health, ma'am.
We seldom go out to dinner, Prince. We do not find society congenial. We are disturbed about rumors against our great friend, the Starets, Father Gregory, which we hear are made up in salons of Russia's most distinguished and influential families. I name nobody, Prince, you understand. But should you be unfortunate enough to overhear such a rumor, you have my authority to contradict it. You will have my full support.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I have not got the full support of the Moscow police, nor indeed of the St. Petersburg police.
Enough! I too get police reports, and they are not about the Holy One, but...
Oh, Prince Yusupov, could you please help me with this table? The elder Grand Duchesses will want to dance in here after the play.
By all means, Baroness. Have I your permission, ma'am?
Indeed.
Could not one of the footmen do it?
Well, they're all so busy and so clumsy, too. Oh, thank you, Prince.
Your Majesty, I feel... Oh, wherever is the Empress?
One of the children called her. She's so devoted to them. This play they're doing is causing such excitement. This music is lovely, don't you think? I love a polonaise. If we could just move the table over here by the wall. Thank you. If you will excuse me, I'll go and see if Her Majesty needs any help.
I will be in the tiring room, Baroness.
Oh, my dear Prince.
Oh, Princess Radziwill, how charming to see a friendly face.
What was your reception like?
Hostile?
Really?
There is no other word for it.
Mine was extremely stiff and cold. She's the Kaiser's first cousin, all right. It's so sad when I remember her mother-in-law. So gracious, so charming.
Still is?
Oh, yes, indeed. But all that Danish family has this charm, even the Tsar. But as for that haughty German woman... And, of course, you know, don't you, about the Tsarevich, the heir?
I've heard rumors. I believe he's crippled and has tuberculosis.
Oh, no. The truth of the matter is that he's quite mad. Of course, occasionally he has normal periods when he's like anyone else, but at any moment he will start screaming and frothing at the mouth without warning.
Really?
It's all her family. Unbalanced. Look at the Kaiser. Look at her own religious mania. Look at how her grandmother carried on when Albert died. And George III of England, who was her great-great-grandfather, was literally locked up.
Mm-hmm.
They have to lock up the little Grand Duke. He gets violent. He's followed about by a keeper. It's absolutely true. And furthermore...
Someone's coming. We'd better go back into the other room.
Oh, we're alone at last.
For a little while. You were telling me about your sisters. Mignon, you said, is very pretty.
So I'm told.
And the old Queen Elizabetta? Is she as eccentric as everyone says?
She is a bit peculiar, but we all adore her. She wears the most extraordinary flowing garments, writes plays and stories, and is always discovering great singers who really cannot sing a note. She gets completely carried away by her enthusiasms. Once, she decided even to build a hospital. She appointed doctors, a matron, nurses, everything. Even began paying them enormous salaries before the foundation stone was so much as laid. But I can assure you, Mamma is much more practical. She's so beautiful and gay that not everyone realizes quite how efficient she is. I am practical, too.
Are you?
Yes, I am. We have to talk, Olga.
Yes.
Your father has given me permission.
I know.
It is difficult to express one's feelings.
I understand, really I do.
Do you like me?
Yes.
You sound surprised.
I am surprised.
Why?
I was determined to hate you.
Well, I was sure you'd bore me. But you don't, you know, not at all.
Thank you.
We have so little time.
I don't suppose we'll be interrupted quite yet.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant, well, altogether. What did Mamma talk to you about?
Romania, mostly. How you love it. The work there.
And your father has told you why we are here?
Yes.
The decision will be ours.
I suppose so.
Freedom of choice. Is that what he said?
More or less.
I like your father. And your mother, too. I like my parents. They said the same thing to me. They think that when they say that, they're being terribly liberal and tolerant. What they mean is that we have freedom of choice within the royal circle. And, of course, we must take into full consideration any political complications. I am expressly forbidden by the Romanian constitution to marry a subject, and I know it is not allowed in Russia. This means that the people we meet every day, the people we're most likely to fall in love with, are the very people we are forbidden to marry. I haven't fallen in love yet, but they know I might at any moment. That is why Mamma wants to marry me off. I suppose the same is true of you.
I suppose so.
Don't be frightened of me.
I'm not. You understand so much I didn't think you would.
Your mother and my mother came to love their adopted countries. For mine, it was far from easy. She had no relations or friends. She will help you. Oh, I've met so many princesses. You're the only one I can talk to. The others just giggle nervously. But you, I feel I understand. There is a great deal in common between your work here and ours in Romania. It is on that work we should build our lives.
I know you're trying to help me, and you are helping me, and I'm truly grateful. But you do not have to leave your home, your country, your family, and I do. If only we loved each other. Oh, I know there are examples of people in our position marrying out of duty and falling in love later, but there are the failures, too. I could not bear to fail. What would become of us if we failed?
Well, all marriages are a risk. Everything worth doing is a risk. Knowing the dangers, do you not think it possible we might avoid them? We have to accept our circumstances. We are born royal, and there is no escape. How can we love anyone until we know them? How can we know each other when we live thousands of miles apart? I do know this much. Of all the princesses I have ever met, you're the only one in whom I see any hope of future happiness. I do not ask for more. Do you see no hope of happiness with me?
Yes, I do. I really do. The way your family feels about your country is the way we feel about ours. I could be happy in such a family. The few princes I meet talk down to me as if to be a woman is to be always a child. You talk to me as if I mattered. Yes, Carol. Yes, I do see hope for us.
We have to be content with that, both of us. Perhaps love will follow.
Perhaps.
I will not propose to you now, Olga. Let us get used to the idea of liking each other and of you leaving Russia. Let us have an understanding for a few months. Meet occasionally. Then, if we have not changed, let us get engaged.
An understanding. Yes. My parents will agree, but will yours?
Oh, they will when yours do. Perhaps you could visit us in Romania. Let's go out on the terrace for a while. It's such a beautiful night.
What is it, Lovey?
They say he is dying.
No, it's not possible.
We must be with him.
It's out of the question. We have to do the grand circle.
I cannot do it.
We must. If we disappear now, everyone will guess why. They are all looking at us.
It is too much to ask of me.
Smile. For God's sake, smile. And then there is the play.
He wants me. He wants us both. He's our son.
He's our heir. He's Russia's future Tsar.
Your Majesty.
In a moment. He'll understand when he's older.
But if he should die...
The Holy One promised us, remember?
Yes. Yes.
We are in God's hands. Yes, Fredericks.
Everything's ready for the grand circle, Majesty. Their Imperial Majesties.
Your Majesty must come at once.
Later. We have to do the grand circle first. We will be with you in an hour.
Your son may well be dead by then. That woman is made of steel.
She is being crucified.
Because no one realizes it. It's all in vain. Your Majesty, I have asked to see you because I am sure you would wish me to speak frankly about your son's illness.
Please do, Dr. Botkin.
We have been able to do very little for the Grand Duke, and the attack has lasted over a week now. We cannot dispel the swellings, nor can we stop the bleeding.
In your opinion, Doctor, there is no hope? Please answer me plainly.
It is absolutely amazing that he is still alive. This ordeal cannot go on forever. Should your son actually survive this attack, then you must understand another as severe can assail him at any moment. It is my duty to tell you, sir, it is my view and the view of all the other doctors, the Grand Duke Alexei will never be healthy and will never reach manhood.
Thank you. I understand. Have you told the Tsarina this?
No, sir. Not yet.
Please don't. Her Majesty has endured enough, been brave enough without having to know it is all in vain.
Her Majesty hopes for miracles. With the greatest respect for your wish to protect the Tsarina, would it not be better to prepare her?
No, it would not be better. I cannot be with Alexei. You understand me? It is not physically possible for me to stay in the same room as my only son when he is in such... dreadful pain. I cannot stand there just looking at him, powerless to help him. His mother is wonderful. Somehow she finds the strength to sustain him. She holds his hands. She smiles at him. She is keeping him alive by willpower and the strength of her love. How can we tell her that even if he survives this crisis, it is still all in vain? The least we can do is to encourage her to believe in miracles.
Nicky, my dear, we came as soon as we got your telegram.
Mother dear. Sandro, I didn't expect to see you so soon.
How is he?
I fear there is no hope.
Oh, don't say that.
Papa, Alexei calls for you.
I'm coming.
Olga, my dearest.
Grandmamma, dear Grandmamma, there is no time. I must go back to Mamma.
Doctor, you mean literally no hope? My grandson is dying.
Your grandson is blessed, or perhaps in this instance I should say cursed, with a remarkably sound constitution. But if the fact of this haemophilia, he would not only be a perfectly healthy little boy, he would be an amazingly strong one. He would probably be like his grandfather, your late husband, ma'am, a giant in strength, who I am told literally lifted single-handed a railway carriage off the ground when it had crashed.
That is quite true.
Consequently, when the little Grand Duke has these bleeding attacks, his body fights furiously for his life. The pain is very great, the strain enormous. What must be clearly understood is this. Should he actually survive this attack, it will not be a cause for joy. He will merely be postponing the inevitable.
You are speaking very bluntly, sir.
I find it necessary. I think it is important that the boy's grandmother and uncle understand what is happening. The Emperor and Empress are like all parents of a sick child. They cling to false hopes and illusions. In my view, that makes it all the more imperative for the one fundamental fact of the situation to be faced, and that is, whatever temporary improvement may be achieved, the little Grand Duke's death before manhood is virtually certain.
Have you said all this to my son?
I have.
And the Emperor still insists on secrecy?
He does.
That explains the vague bulletins issued.
Exactly. We've urged that bulletins be issued which do not mince the facts, but unfortunately without success.
The wildest rumors are going about.
Of course. The boy's death, whenever it occurs, will have to be explained. All the doctors are distraught with worry about the situation. I am quite desperate. Of course there are rumors. Every specialist in Russia is here and is now upstairs. Dr. Fedorov was got from Berlin. We telegraphed London and Paris for advice. Too many people are in the know. All right. The vast Russian public does not know, but they suspect some vague mystery, and their suspicions will be ugly. In any case, everyone else knows. The imperial family, the nobility, the intelligentsia.
The imperial family does not know. Only the Grand Duke and I know anything.
The imperial family itself does not know? Is that possible?
Oh, yes. My daughter-in-law has a great talent for keeping people at a distance, including her own relations. There are months, indeed years by now, when we don't see her. The secrecy is indeed most unwise. Unfortunately, it is very effective.
Doctor, come quickly.
Coming.
Oh, Your Imperial Highness, forgive me.
Sandro, court doctors are not usually so forthright. If events are overwhelming him, what are they doing to Nicky and Alex? What is going to happen? I would like to go up and see my grandson, but Mrs. Mother was right. Princes and princesses should be married off at 14 to someone chosen for them, someone suitable. Suitable by birth, of course, but also in character and disposition. Alex, apart from being royal, is about as unsuitable as it is possible to be. She's shy, she's stiff, she's stubborn, she's emotionally unstable, she's dull. She lacks charm, she lacks poise, she's hysterical, and she's got religious mania. And I'm not being wise after the event, oh dear me, no. I knew all this on sight. When she was a child, it was all written in her beautiful, ice-cold face. But what could my husband and I do? They loved each other. Indeed, they love each other still.
Did you not tell Nicky she was a carrier of haemophilia?
This we didn't know until 1900, when it was already too late. Then the pattern of this illness was made clear to me. Women carry it, men get it. Since one of Queen Victoria's sons had it, it meant that any of her daughters could carry it, and two, in fact, did. I ought to be upstairs giving Alex my support and love. God knows I did my utmost to accept her as my daughter-in-law when I had to, but I might just as well have spared myself the trouble. She hates me for 2 reasons. I am popular, she is not. I have had healthy sons, she has not. She cannot forgive me my success.
I would like to say you are exaggerating, but I do not think you are.
It's impossible to exaggerate the situation. The bare truth is so amazing it needs no embroidery whatsoever. Sometimes I don't think she's quite sane. She actually accused me of running an immoral court, to which I replied that we had never received in our day a mad starets from Siberia, whose name not only meant but was a byword for debauchery. I haven't seen her since, nor have we communicated with each other.
I'm not surprised.
I assure you, if it was only a question of Alexei, since I cannot possibly do any good, I would not have come here. But something is afoot. Missy plans to marry her son Carol to Olga, and at all costs that marriage must be prevented. If Alex is a carrier of haemophilia, as unquestionably she is, any one of her 4 daughters may be a carrier too, and this terrible tragedy will recur.
Nicky is keen on the marriage.
If necessary, I shall make it quite certain myself that the gravity of the boy's illness is understood all over Europe, and the significance of its being passed to him by his mother fully appreciated. I shall do that, Sandro, by personally travelling round Europe if I have to, telling everyone I clap eyes on. And I shall start in Romania.
Mother, dear.
How is little Alexei?
We can only pray.
And Alex?
As wonderful as ever.
She has always been indomitable.
It was good of you to respond so speedily to my telegram. I was upset when I sent it.
I felt I had to come, my dearest boy. You sounded so worried, and I'm not surprised. I had no idea until I spoke to Dr. Botkin quite how grave the situation was.
There are rumors all over Europe, and with the political situation as it is, I felt I had to come home.
Yes, of course, Sandro. But there are always rumors. People like to gossip. It was good of you to tear yourself away from your preoccupations abroad.
And believe me, Nicky, I came to help.
Alex will be down soon. She sends her fondest love. Sophie will see to your rooms. Count Fredericks will see to your staffs. Perhaps you would like a rest after your journey?
Nicky, dearest, there are things we have to discuss.
Of course, Mother dear. I am anxious to hear all the news. After you have rested, we can have a good talk.
I'm not in the least tired.
Forgive me, dearest Mamma, but I am tired. Very tired. I cannot describe adequately how dreadful it has been. And indeed still is.
I have to discuss family matters with you.
I do agree that there are certain pressing problems, but surely they can wait until later. This is not the right moment for a talk.
But, Nicky, it is never the right moment for a talk. There has not been a moment for us to talk since Alexei was first ill, and that was 8 years ago.
Mamma, I cannot and will not talk about the implications of Alexei's illness now.
But you must. The wildest rumors are spreading all over Russia. You seem to have no idea what is going on. I had made up my mind to come here long before I had your telegram.
I know all your arguments and understand how concerned you are. I assure you I am just as concerned.
I have spent all my life supporting the monarchical system. It's why Europe is normally so stable. The Kaiser is, I know, impossible, but that means that the rest of us should be more careful. A monarchy depends not only on the monarch himself, but on his family, and above all his heir. There must be an heir capable of ruling, and if he is a minor, a regent prepared. With Willie rampaging round Europe, with Franz Joseph so very old, Russia must keep an even keel. I realize, Nicky, how much you dislike facing unpleasant facts. But you must understand that if you died tomorrow, the country would be without a Tsar at all.
We are all in God's hands.
That's no answer, Nicky.
Alexei is my heir.
He is too young. Even if he was glowing with health, which God knows he isn't, he is still too young.
There is Misha.
Your brother Michael is involved with a divorced woman. And in any case, you know and I know he is too weak and feeble. I know he is my son, but unlike you and Alex, I face facts.
You face them too late, Mamma. If Misha is unsatisfactory as prospective regent, and I agree he is, I feel bound to ask you, whose fault is it?
Fault?
Yes, Mother dear, fault. Who brought up our father's children? There is only one answer possible, Mamma. You did. If you had realized these traits in Misha's character a little earlier instead of spoiling it...
Are you criticizing me, Nicky?
No, Mamma. I am putting the problem of the succession in its true perspective. I may not have discussed it with you, but that does not mean that it has not been in my mind. Misha is totally unfit to reign or be regent, almost as unfit as I was when I first came to the throne.
The utmost care was lavished on your education.
I spoke French, German, and English. I danced well and shot well. I had toured the world, and that is all. Forgive my saying so, Mamma, but that is not adequate training for running a small business, let alone a vast empire.
Are you reproaching me? I lived for my children. I still do. I have not travelled for 2 days to be attacked by my own son. If your father was still alive, you would never have dared.
I hope that if he were still alive, it would not have been necessary.
We must think of the future.
The future is based on the past. For the first 10 years of my reign, I did prevaricate and hesitate, listen to everyone. I did not follow a consistent policy. Yes, I made mistakes. I was 25 years old. A boy. I was learning my job. I suggest to you that I have learnt something. You have both been abroad for so long and so often that perhaps you don't realize what's been happening. Who found Count Stolypin? I did. He was governor of a mere province, but he made such a success of it that I made him Minister of the Interior and then Prime Minister. Who kept him in power? I did again. He was bitterly criticized by both the reactionaries and the revolutionaries because he was so successful. Well, what did he do? He began creating a middle class. He created small farms. He began breaking up the big estates. He financed small businesses. Stolypin was murdered because the revolutionaries feared he would save Russia from them. Nor is this all. I am reforming the army, rebuilding the navy, starting on your advice, Sandro, an air force. If you've noticed none of this, the London Times has. About a year ago, their correspondent wrote, "Give the Russian government 10 years and..."
But you will not have 10 years, Nicky. Oh, I will gladly admit all you've done and confess I was not aware of it all. But you admit that final success depends on 10 peaceful years. Am I right?
Yes.
Your foreign policy is a death trap. We will be involved in a war.
Why? I don't want a war.
You don't. The Kaiser does.
Oh, I know him. He's a gas bag. It's all talk.
People take him seriously. We are allied to France, and France wants revenge. She wants Alsace-Lorraine back. We are allied to Serbia. Serbia stands in Austria's way. Austria is allied to Germany. It is an explosive situation. If there is a war, there is no knowing how it will end. Moreover, we cannot afford any war, however justified or honorable it may be. I tell you, I travel about Europe, I hear things, and we are in a death trap. We must get out of all foreign commitments.
It's impossible. Our name will be mud if we back down.
Better be smeared with mud than be ruined.
We'd be ruined if we withdrew from the French treaty. The loans we get from France are vital.
Borrow from England, but withdraw. We are in the worst situation we have ever faced, and no one seems to realize it. If you were to die tomorrow, Nicky, there is not one person, Grand Duke, Minister, General, who could step forward with undisputed authority. Not one. We are in a power vacuum. Who would reign? Who would rule? You must name a regent.
Exactly.
A successor.
It's vital for Russia.
He must understand your plans. He must be kept up to date. He must have authority.
Kirill is next in line. He's not much use. Besides, so far he's only got daughters. His brothers are just depraved.
As long as you understand the urgency of the situation, our journey will not have been in vain. You must name a successor and train him. And at all costs, you must avoid a war.
Name a successor? He has a successor. Alexei is his heir. What is this? A palace conspiracy?
The future must be discussed, Alex.
But why now?
You may well ask. It should have been discussed 8 years ago when Alexei was first ill. We have the dynasty to think of. We have Russia to think of.
Alexei is ill. He is not dying. Do you hear me? Nor will he die. And what is this about a war? What war? Did I hear someone actually suggest withdrawing from the French treaty? Our alliance with France is vital. France loves us. If Germany should attack us, she will fight on 2 fronts.
Germany won't attack us. She'll attack France. And then we will be dragged in.
Germany won't attack France. Why should she? But this is not the point. This is just a smokescreen. You want to deprive Alexei of his birthright.
Nothing of the sort. This is not a personal issue. We must have a healthy heir.
Alexei will recover.
How? When? Who has ever recovered from hemophilia?
God will save us. God has chosen us. God has chosen Alexei. That is why God sent me a son. His illness is a cross which we must bear. But if we have enough faith, he will recover, and then he will be strong and save Russia. You cannot tamper with the succession without tampering with the principle of monarchy itself.
Alex, facts have got to be faced. Why will you not understand? Alexei has been ill for 8 years. The doctors regard his case as hopeless. Oh, I am truly sorry for you,
Keep your pity. The doctors are all idiots. When the Starets is here, Alexei is well. Nicky, why is there no news from the Starets? You must get rid of the Minister of Communications.
Furthermore, in the political situation as it is now...
There's no political situation in Russia. Only a few intellectuals talking nonsense. The peasants love us.
Be that as it may. I travel abroad, more or less as a private person. You do not.
Oh, yes, I know all about your travels. It's a wonder you dare come here. I know all about your mistresses. The whole of St. Petersburg society is depraved, and the Grand Dukes lead the way.
Oh, lovey.
We have been sent by God to save Russia. Stolypin was struck down because he did not trust the Holy One. Nicky trusts the Holy One, and he is the Lord's anointed. God would warn him if the Holy One wasn't pure. How dare you criticize the friend of the Lord's anointed?
The Holy One, the debauched one, you mean?
Lies, lies, all lies. He's a simple, honest peasant, a holy man sent by God.
We must not be blind to the facts.
Facts, Nicky? What facts? Felix Yusupov's malicious lies, the wicked rumors of an evil society, those are not facts. Do you doubt our son's glorious destiny?
No, Alex, but...
There are no buts. We must have faith. These trials and difficulties are sent to test us, to prepare us for a great and glorious future. Have we endured years of agony for nothing? Is all my life, all your work to be meaningless? Your Majesty! A telegram from Siberia. From the Holy One! Give it to me! God has seen your tears and heard your prayers. Do not grieve. The little one will not die. Do not allow the doctors to bother him too much. Alexei will live. The Holy One has promised. The Lord be praised. Christ is risen.
After only a few days, such improvement is inexplicable.
Not to me, Doctor, nor to my wife. Father Gregory, our Holy One, said the bleeding would stop, and it did.
Well, these coincidences often happen. All along I said that it was possible for your son to survive this attack.
Coincidence, indeed. When Alexei had a slight relapse, all Father Gregory had to do was to speak to him on the telephone. How do you account for that? You said Alexei would die. He has not died. You say Alexei will never fully recover, will never reach manhood. Father Gregory, on the other hand, assures us that Alexei will not die of hemophilia. Which are we to believe?
Sir, faith healers will have the odd inexplicable success.
Hitherto you have called Father Gregory a quack, a charlatan. Now, I observe, he is a faith healer. When will you have faith in him yourself?
As a scientist, I believe that there is a rational explanation for everything. In the first place, Father Gregory succeeded where I and all the other doctors failed, namely in calming the Empress. Throughout, Your Majesty, I urge that the emotional climate of the entire household be kept down. But you must understand that Father Gregory has not cured the boy. he's done anything at all, he has merely stopped the bleeding this time.
Father Gregory will cure the boy. Of that we have no doubt. My wife always had faith in him, now I have too. You have my permission to withdraw.
Your Majesty?
I must say it is a joy to see Alexei.
You are converted like I, Mamma.
Not quite. I admit Father Gregory's remarkable intervention. There is no disputing the facts, nor is there any disputing the unusual speed of the boy's recovery. But his saintliness is difficult to believe in view of his immoral, not to say criminal life.
Evil gossip.
No, Nicky, not gossip. Authentic stories given improperly sworn testimony to the police. Alex is so good and pure herself. It is a pity that she will not understand the harm she is doing her own reputation by her devotion to this man.
The women who accuse Father Gregory are all hysterical.
I think that is most unlikely. But if you really believe that, an inquiry would only establish Father Gregory's innocence. Yet I am assured by the St. Petersburg authorities that you will not allow anyone even to question him.
Of course not. Alex would never forgive me if I did. You know how easily upset she gets.
Nevertheless, I implore you, Nicky, that before you place full confidence in anyone at all, you owe it to your position to have whoever it is fully investigated. The throne must not only be above reproach, it must be seen to be above reproach.
How can I question the integrity of the man who has saved my son? Suppose someone could have miraculously cured George's consumption and saved his life, or Papa's.
Unfortunately, the analogy is not exact. I have always seen the duties of an empress in an entirely different light from Alex's conception of the role. Alex, by withdrawing from the world, has allowed rumours and speculation to grow up around her. When Georgie and Papa were ill and died, I was not the object of unkindness. In any case, I cannot see myself allowing anyone with such an unsavoury reputation to come near my children. And if they had, then I would tell the world why I allowed it. Have you spoken to Olga?
Not yet, Mamma.
I see. May I ask, do you intend to speak to her?
Of course, Mamma.
When?
I'll find a suitable moment.
When precisely will that be?
I cannot tell exactly. I'm very busy.
I have no idea when we will ever have another talk, Nicky. I am naturally anxious not to annoy you continually by raising unpleasant matters, but certain problems do not resolve themselves by just ignoring them. The question of Olga's marriage, indeed the question of all your daughter's matrimonial future, must be discussed, and discussed now. Well?
We will discuss it later on, Mother dear. Now, if you will excuse me.
Nicky, my dear boy, Missy believes the matter very nearly settled. I saw her in St. Petersburg before she came here. If we have any integrity, any honour at all, we cannot allow it, and it is much better to stop it now before Olga's emotions are involved. We know that Alex unquestionably transmitted haemophilia to Alexei. Therefore, Olga may transmit it to her children.
She may not.
The possibility must be faced.
It will mean she will never marry. You are condemning your own granddaughters.
I am saving them their mother's anguish. We cannot spread this dire, terrible disease all over Europe, into every dynasty. Fortunately, there are plenty of minor princes who would be only too glad to secure the Tsar's daughter as a bride. You can say what you like to Olga. However, I think you should know I plan to meet Missy in the south of France in 2 months' time. She must be in full possession of the facts by then.
In full possession of what facts, Mother dear?
The facts about the hereditary disease transmitted by the female members of your family to their sons.
Thank you so much for putting the position so tactfully.
8 years of using endless tact has exhausted my supply completely.
You may set your mind quite at rest. The marriage will not take place.
I am much relieved.
Nor will any other marriage be arranged for her.
How wise. If only your grandmother and father had shown so much wisdom in your case.
None of my daughters will be allowed to marry. They will not even be married off, as your elder daughter was, to a notorious lecher. Nor, as in the case of your younger daughter, to a spineless, impotent fop. You see, Mother dear, I too can call a spade a spade.
Everything is ready for departure.
Not quite, Sandro. My son, the Tsarevich, will not be carried out the back way. He will come through here. The Holy One says that, providing he leads on my arm, he can walk through the reception hall to the carriage.
Is that wise, my angel?
Perfectly. I told you. You must have faith, Nicky. I spoke to Rasputin on the telephone and asked him if it would be all right. You see, Lovey dear, it will kill any rumor of Alexei's alleged illness. Fortunately, Princess Radziwill is presenting me with flowers on behalf of all Russian Poles, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to present her to her future Tsar. Alexei Nikolaevich must get used to his position as heir to the throne, and must start his training in public affairs as soon as possible. After all, Mother dear, we none of us live forever. We must be prepared for any eventuality. If Alexei should come to the throne, say, when he's 25 or 6, I plan for him to be fully prepared. Alexei will sit in the carriage facing us, dear, with no one beside him, and I thought to make certain as many people as possible can see that Tsarevich, we would go the long way round to the station.
But the police will not be prepared.
I have already seen to that and given the necessary orders. Not that we need the route lined with soldiers here in the country as we do in that rotten St. Petersburg. The peasants understand us and love us. They don't believe the lies spread about us by our enemies. By the way, Lovey dear, have you appointed a new governor of Moscow?
A new governor of Moscow? But what is the matter with the present one, Prince Yusupov?
He has displeased us, Alexander Mikhailovich.
He has displeased Rasputin, you mean? And I know why. He was looking into Rasputin's financial dealings in Moscow, all of which are shady.
You have my permission to withdraw.
Nicky, this is an outrage. Why have you dismissed Yusupov?
He is not dismissed yet.
Nicky.
But it is true I am going to dismiss him.
Why?
He is incompetent.
Who says so?
We have had information.
Who from?
The Tsar does not answer questions.
The prince is one of the most popular and therefore influential members of the nobility. He has vast estates near Moscow. He is a popular and enlightened landlord.
Don't forget to add that you plan to marry your only daughter to his degenerate son. No doubt he will pay a great many of your debts.
It is incredible, madam, to find you, the victim of so many scurrilous stories, believing every scurrilous story you are told about everyone else. I wish you to understand, once and for all, that the fate of Russia is not a personal issue. Prince Yusupov is efficient and popular. Therefore, why dismiss him, now or ever? But he is not the only case. Ministers, valuable ministers, are being dismissed without just cause, and nonentities are being put in their place. Everything you have done, Nicky, is being endangered. The Duma doesn't know where it is.
We do not need the Duma. What has Russia to do with parliaments? Russia will always be an autocracy.
No doubt, madam, no doubt. The question is, who is to be the autocrat? The legitimate monarch or someone else? No government, autocratic or parliamentarian, can survive under a leader who indulges in wholesale dismissals of responsible ministers on the whim of an illiterate Siberian drunken rapist. Nicky, I ask for permission to withdraw. Come, Mamma.
I can't stand any more scenes.
Oh, there, Lovey.
First Alexei, now this. It's more than flesh and blood can stand.
I know, Lovey, I know.
Mamma is very angry.
You are so good, Nicky, so kind. Too good and far too kind to your family. You must stand up to them. You promised me last night you would. Be the emperor. You're the autocrat of Russia, not Mamma, not Sandro, so why be frightened of them?
Yes, you're right.
Trust in your little wife, your sunshine. You must dismiss Prince Yusupov.
I will.
I hope you have at least stopped the monstrous investigation into Rasputin's finances.
I did that at once, I promise you.
When I spoke to the Holy One on the telephone, he explained exactly why he didn't like the investigation. It showed lack of faith in him. And if we don't have absolute faith in him, then he can't help us. And he can't help Alexei.
I understand.
Our friend is unhappy, too, about the Minister of the Interior. Perhaps he should go.
I'll write to him. I find it easier to dismiss people by letter.
Yes.
Oh, Alex, my sweet little wife. I am so tired.
Sonny understands. I think I should see Olga now, dearest. Send her down to me.
Shouldn't I do it? After all,
You're too tired. Send her in to me and then arrange for Alexei to come down this way.
Yes, dear.
Sophie. Sophie, dear. Sophie.
Your Majesty?
Is Princess Radziwill here?
Not yet. She shouldn't be long.
When she does come, don't bring her in here until I tell you. Is the photographer here yet?
He's just arrived.
Mamma?
That is all, Sophie.
Your Majesty.
Papa said you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, my darling. I want to set your mind at rest. Your father and I have been talking. I don't think, that is, of course, we don't think the Romanian marriage will do.
Mamma!
I'm sure it will be a relief to you. And now run along and tell Papa that Alexei can come down.
But why, Mamma? Why won't the Romanian marriage do?
Why? Surely that is obvious. You are not in love with Carol. You've said so yourself. We both feel, Papa and I, that you must be really in love with your future husband.
But I liked him. I liked him very much. Mamma, if I met him again once or twice, perhaps we would fall in love.
If you really loved each other, you would know immediately. Papa and I did.
But that's exceptional, isn't it? Love at first sight doesn't always happen, does it? It might never happen to me and my sisters, and then what will happen to us? Mamma, I should like to meet Carol again.
I'm afraid that is impossible. The arrangements are too difficult to make.
But surely not. He's come to Russia already. He can visit us again. Carol has invited me to Romania.
Olga, don't argue with me.
But, Mamma, what has happened?
There are things you are too young to understand. Carol is unsuitable. We have made inquiries.
I see.
I knew you'd understand. One day you will meet a young man and fall in love.
That's not very likely, as I meet no one. It's fortunate I have 3 sisters, otherwise I'd have no friends at all.
Olga.
Aunt Irene's 3 sons all have what Alexei has, and so has Cousin Ina of Spain's son. Could I give any son of mine the same illness?
How long have you realized this?
I'm not sure. The knowledge was suddenly there.
Do your sisters know?
I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Don't worry, Mamma, I understand. This is why we lead such a secluded life, isn't it?
Oh, my darling. I would do anything to help you.
But you can't, any more than you can help Alexei.
Never say that to me again. Do you understand?
Yes, Mamma. I understand.
Your father and I have decided that the entire family will be photographed before we leave. That'll be nice, won't it?
Princess Radziwill is here.
I'm not quite ready for her yet. Sophie, ask the Dowager Empress and the Grand Duke Alexander to join us. Then, when they are here, the moment they are here, understand, announce the princess.
Your Majesty.
Alexei has come out. To see him off again.
Here is Papa and Alexei.
My darling, my lamb.
Mama. Oh, look at him.
Put him on that chair.
Princess Radziwill is coming. Now, you remember all I told you?
Yes.
You will be introduced to her, and she will talk to you. If she should ask you how you are, you must say that you are perfectly well and have been all the time here. I know it's not quite true, darling, but the people want to hear you are well. It's a white lie, a politeness.
Etiquette.
That's it. Then you will take my arm, and we will go into the garden to be photographed. It is very important that the public has a photograph of you standing up.
You sent for us, madam?
My dear Alexei.
Grandmama.
Is it wise to have him down here, Alex?
It's not only wise, it's essential.
Princess Radziwill, ma'am.
Your Majesty.
Princess, you have been so kind to me in Poland that I wanted you to meet all my family. Now,
My dear mother-in-law, you know.
Princess.
Your Majesty.
My dear brother-in-law, the Grand Duke Alexander.
Princess.
Your Imperial Highness.
My daughters you have met often, but not my son and heir. Princess, I felt we could not leave Poland without you meeting your future Tsar, Alexei Nikolaevich.
Princess, I hope your Highness has enjoyed your holiday in Spala.
Well, oh, very much. The weather has been lovely.
Unusually so for this time of year.
Is your husband well?
My husband enjoys excellent health. And your Highness, are you quite well?
Perfectly. I've been well all the time I've been here.
I'm so glad the Polish people will be much relieved. This bouquet of flowers, Your Majesty, is a humble offering from the ladies of the Polish nobility.
How kind. Tell them we so enjoyed our holiday in Spala.
The carriages are here, ma'am. And the photographer.
Ah, yes. Come, Alexei. You must remember your manners, darling.
Yes, Mamma.
Take my arm. That's right. Come, everybody. Mother dear, Sandro, girls.
Yes, Mamma.
We will be photographed in the garden. A family group. Come along, my darling.
And why were we dragged in for that little charade, do you suppose, Sandro?
To tell the world the heir was well. Alexei had learnt his part a little too well, I think, but Alex was never subtle. The photograph will be published. You and I there are just added proof. Would we be likely to lend our names to a fake photograph?
I see.
Do you realize, Mamma, that we no longer have a Tsar? We have a Tsarina.
Oh, yes. She made that perfectly clear.
She has always dominated Nicky at home over the girls. Now she understands the threat to her son's throne. She will interfere in politics and dominate him in that field too. That means Rasputin's reign has started. Revolution, Mother dear, is inevitable.
Revolution?
It is the end, not only of our world, but of the whole civilized world, as we know it.
In Holiday in Spala by Royce Righton, adapted to broadcasting by Alison Plowden, the part of Tsarina Alexandra Fyodorovna was played by Rachel Gurney. Tsar Nicholas II of Russia by Noel Johnson, Grand Duchess Olga Nikolaevna, Patricia Gallimore, Grand Duchess Tatiana Nikolaevna, Elizabeth Proud, Grand Duchess Marie Nikolaevna, Rita Staines, Grand Duchess Anastasia Nikolaevna, Deborah Dallas, Grand Duke Alexei Nikolaevich, Joe Manning Wilson, Dowager Empress Marie of Russia, Margot Boyd, Grand Duke Alexander Mikhailovich, Hector Ross, Crown Princess Marie of Romania, Maddie Head, Baroness Sophie Buxhirden, Sonia Fraser, Prince Nicholas Yusupov, James Thomason, Prince Carol of Romania, John Rye, Princess Radziwill, Hilda Kreisman, Dr. Botkin, George Raystrick, and Count Fredericks, Clifford Norgate. The play was produced by Norman Wright.